yesterday to his own peril, seems intent on playing it. And this one took the edge and flew over the slips and down to the boundary for 4. Javel Glenn this morning made 30. 6 fours.
How's that gone? It's gone for 4. The Jamaicans have come out. They trail by now 208, and they certainly seem to be on the attack this morning. Brad Barnes moves up to 12 with that shot. The Jamaicans are 89 for 3, closing in on 100.
And those 12 runs from Brad Barnes are 3 boundaries.
Dancing up the pitch again. That one strikes the stumps. And Chris Taylor had to do some fancy footwork to get out of the way of that one. I don't know Bishop got a hand on it on the follow through. It'll be interesting to see if, but I think King was safe that the non-strike is in. Would have been an unfortunate way to out. Jamaica up to 90 for 3 now.
Yeah, we did not see one Jamaican batsman did what Brad Barnes did that time ago, chipping down the wicket and driving up the road to the spinners. They've come out deciding that we are not going to be playing sitting ducks and poking and prodding. And certainly makes for entertaining cricket.
The question is, how long is it sustainable? Because, I mean, we always talk about controlled aggression. If you come up with pure aggression, you're going to get a quick fire 30 like Glenn, and then you're back in the hutch. Brandon King has started. I think Brandon King is building the platform. He started over. He started from scratch. And that's he's got accustomed to Springer, but of course the spinners are a different threat here, and I think he will have to treat them with a certain amount of respect. I would say not deference. Another close cut there from him.
He's intending to play that cut shot. Once it's back of a length, even though the shot isn't particularly working for him at the moment, he's intent on playing it. It's a shot he plays well generally.
He might be a contender for player of the match depending on how this game goes, and if he takes some wickets here.
Yeah, at the minute Roston Chase is a front runner. 80 something in the first innings, 5 for a little bit in the second. Well, when Jamaica batted first. So at the moment the front runner for man of the match for sure, unless one of these Jamaica Scorpion batsmen get say 150 and save the game. But right now it's looking like Roston Chase's man of the match.
5-28 was his figures in the first innings. Really, really good bowling.
Brad Barnes has been very positive. 13 from 9.
Goes to the sweep shot, gets it behind square on the leg side. Will it go to the ropes? No. There's a fielder out there at that mid-wicket position.
We're seeing where Brad Barnes is now exposing the full repertoire. Back cut to cover, chipping down the pitch, driving past the bowler for 1, and now pulling out the broom round to mid-wicket. Brad Barnes is saying, I have shots and I'm going to play all of them.
Oh, just edged past short leg. Got himself in a little bit of a tangle there, Brandon King. Be interesting to have a look at the replay on this one. And here it is.
Yeah, in the ear.
This time he goes a little bit more forcefully, and that's a very good diving stop by that fella at backward square leg. That is Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, Brandon King started a little bit more circumspect, but he's blossomed out. We saw Javel Glenn playing a shot-up ball. Brad Barnes has come out looking businesslike. And Brandon King is now starting to open up. The Jamaicans are saying, we are not going to be playing like we did in that first innings, pushing, prodding, poking. They're about to play some shots.
Goes to the sweep again, and it's straight to that fielder. No run. Joshua Bishop at backward square leg. And then Javel Glenn after what can only be described as quick fire. Attack, attack, attack. Javel Glenn, he was a lovely 30, a very brisk 30 indeed. And since then, certainly not seeing the demons in this pitch as of yesterday. And
Water break.
and interestingly, it's the first hour is complete, and we'll have the drinks break now. So we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Is the facade of a dirty player, but a very happy player indeed. Joshua Bishop, you left out of the second match here at Sabina Park, but you've come back storming. And I have to say, when you were bowling, it almost seemed like you had a little bit of swagger getting back to your mark. How are you feeling after today?
I'm feeling very good, and it was a very good bowling performance by the guys. I'm just looking to come back to ball for the job.
By the guys, yeah, you being the guys. I want to take you back to the start of the day. Barbados started 346 for 5. What total did you all have in your head in terms of before you sent the Jamaicans out to bat?
We didn't really have a total in mind. We just had a single plan, just make sure the backs boys all the batting points, and whatever else we got after that was a bonus.
Tell us about the pitch, because it seems you and Roston seem to get the best out of it. I mean, you were getting prodigious spin. The ball was puffing, everything was like you must be you were dreaming about this pitch tonight.
Well, not really. Obviously, we had me and Russell formulated a plan. I realised I was getting more spin outside the route for the left-hander, so just trying to keep in that spot as long as possible and keep the pressure on.
And how are you feeling after today? I mean, I know it's been a long day. How are you feeling? Are you all confident that you can close out this one tomorrow?
Yeah, we're very confident that we could come up tomorrow and finish the job.
All right, well done. Thank you very much.
Thanks, all.
Take care. It's back to the cricket here at Sabina Park with 1 hour to go before lunch on day 3 in the first session. And we have a little interview with Joshua Bishop, which we will try to play for you at the... yeah, so right after this over from Joshua Bishop. The ball well. I don't think I've ever really seen him hit the ball badly, but he was hitting it sort of straight to fielders. But it seems that he's getting a little bit more release now, a little bit more comfortable at the crease.
Yeah, definitely playing a lot more confidently than he did at the start. Here's Brad Barnes to Bishop. That was the delivery that got him in trouble. That one just about on middle and leg. Just pushing through with the arm, and he was playing slightly around it. Gets struck on the pad. Has to be careful.
Got the bat out in front of the pad on that one, and that was much better from Barnes. Of course, your great compatriot to Sir James Adams, Jimmy Adams, was probably the best user of the pad, so much that they call him Padams. But in the modern era, he might have gotten a couple more LBW decisions against him at the end of the over. 25 overs have been bowled. Jamaica 93 for 3. They trail by 204, and they're following on.
Yes, sorry looking scoreboard there for the Scorpions. I mean, somebody asked me this morning if they were playing on different pitches. And I'm saying, not least. They're trying to be positive. They're trying not to be just laying down, playing dead.
Yeah, certainly it's they don't want to get bogged down, Jamaica. They have to think positively. I mean, if you think about they trail by 203 now, you'd want to wipe that off maybe by the end of into maybe half of the third session, if they get that far. But they have to believe that they can't take it that far, and they have to believe that
yeah, Barbados must win outright to advance. So Jamaica will feel if they can get past the score and keep
some advice.
Yeah, was coached by his father all through his young life. His father coached at the school that Brad Barnes attended at Manchester High.
Goes for the sweep again. Feel that backward square leg does the job.
Didn't see the sweep shot a lot from Brad up to this point. But with this new positive mindset, all the shots are coming out. Yeah, and that defensive shot, even in defense, he looked positive. There was no half measures about it. He was right out, covered the spin nicely. The Scorpions 96 for 3 after 26 overs. And still likely to.
I think I'm going to have to stay away from pitch reports because clearly whatever I say isn't working. Because yesterday I talked about the pitch is going to play okay and then Jamaica collapsed. And then I say that it looks like there are a couple more deviations and a couple more cracks. As well as the footmarks on the pitches is playing okay. It's playing a day 3 expected pitch. I'm going to have to stay away from pitch reports from now on.
All right, you do that and I'll stay away from weather predictions. How about that?
Can you shake on that, Orville Higgins?
Yeah, Brandon watching it like a hawk. That one was quicker, and that's the delivery from Bishop they've got to be careful of. Not just the one that flies and spins away from the two right-handers, but the arm ball that goes on quicker and flatter.
That's a nice punch. That is well stopped by Dapper. He picked that up nicely, did Brandon King, and then Dapper was sprawling his way to his left at mid-off. Starting to find the gaps a little bit here, Brandon King, as I see that he hits it straight back to Dapper at mid-off. Dapper, of course, is the great Kyle Mayers. Maiden, I believe, from Joshua Bishop, it is indeed. 27 overs have been bowled and 96 for 3.
Yeah, 96 for 3 for their aggressive instinct. Kirk McKenzie, to be fair, was on the defensive when he got out LBW. Brad Barnes sweeping Roston Chase with a slight inquiry. That one was straight. The previous sweep shots were for deliveries pitched outside. That one was straight. And Kirk and Roston Chase just gently suggesting to the umpire he was hitting that off the stumps, you know, umps.
Dancing up the pitch. Goes too hard at that one, Brad Barnes. He's lucky that it got away from that short leg fielder and all close-in fielders.
That was a heave-ho agricultural swipe. Wasn't to the pitch and still went through with a shot. A little lucky there, or a lot lucky that that didn't. Now has gone back to playing a resolute defensive shot. But must be careful here, Brad Barnes. It's a contest. He's started well. Don't want to give it away.
That was your stint on television last night, Mr. Higgins?
Last night, no television last night.
No television
No.
last night.
Tonight I will do television.
So do you wear your hair up or down when
No,
you're
no,
on
no.
television?
Can't wear down.
I can't ask him that because he does have a Rasta hairstyle. End of the over. 96 for 3. 2 maidens in a row for the Bajans. No, actually the over's not done yet. 1 delivery left. But just starting to build that little bit of pressure, the Bajans, and you would expect that with the spinners. Goes to the big swing again. Appeal for a leg before. That is the end of Brad Barnes. Getting himself in a tangle here. Roston Chase strikes. Jamaica lose their 4th. The score is 96 for 4. A wicket maiden for that man, Roston Chase.
Yeah, it was pulling at a delivery that may not have been short enough. That one was spinning though. I would love to see that again. Because for a split second I thought that was just probably spinning too much. Brad Barnes goes LBW after a promising start. A little shake of the head. But let's look at this. Was it spinning as much as I thought it did? I'm not convinced about that, to be honest. Not convinced.
It looks a bit high. It looked like it was going down leg as well. Let's have another look at it.
Yeah.
I think it's because of the tangle that Barnes got himself in that just made it look even more awkward, and because he's sort of falling over to the offside. As Romaine Morris is a new batter strolling out.
Would love to see that again. Brad Barnes was out LBW, plumb, I think, in the first innings. Was he a little unlucky here?
Maybe Midland leg.
I'd say maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, the front foot did come across indeed.
Viewers at home, what's your view? Was it just clipping leg? Or is spinning, really spinning? Maybe. I'll say maybe. Andrew.
Indeed.
Maybe. That definitely stayed down a touch though, and
I could understand if it was given, and I could understand if it
was not
if it wouldn't have been given as
it
well.
was one of those decisions.
Yeah. Could have gone either way. A spectacular delivery from Bishop to start the over. And Brandon King is doing some work on his own stump. This is a fantastic delivery. Ooh, a little bit of bite there. With the spitting cobra, Joshua Bishop. Back to this one is King.
You know when Brandon King is in his best form, when those cover drives are splitting the field. He's played a lot of these cover drives and they are picking out the fielders.
Yeah, he's picking out the fielders too well. And there we go again. It's just fielding practice for the lanky Shamar Springer.
Yeah. Outside of maybe Shea Hope, he has the most attractive and probably exquisite cover drive in the region. It's his go-to shot, but he's not. They're not coming off for him today. Look at that. That's not working.
It's just not working at all. And that is the end of the over. Yet another maiden. The Jamaicans have been stuck on 96 for 4 for quite some time. And we met a character this morning that I think you might be familiar with. Last name Blackwood, first name Jermaine.
Jermaine Blackwood is from my neck of the woods in Westmeath.
I know, yeah. He said that, but he resides in Kingston just like you.
Yeah.
He said he lives in the bottom floor apartment while you live in the penthouse of that building.
I wish. It was always
basement of that apartment block. He said.
Somebody I knew from him was a child who watched him develop from a shy, unassuming youngster. Bowled more off spin than bat as a youngster. He could bowl a little medium as well.
Yeah, I think he might be dangerous on this pitch, to be honest.
Blossomed out, played 50-something tests for the West Indies.
Yeah. He was vice captain for a brief period as well.
Yeah, he was in the Jamaican trials, didn't score a lot, and couldn't force his way in, having lost the captaincy when it was last year, lost his place in the team. And it may just be a case now if the selectors are thinking past him.
I certainly feel that they could have drafted him in after the first game or so, maybe into this game, because they definitely need his experience. And if you think about a top order of Campbell, McKenzie, King, and Blackwood, that's a pretty strong top order. And the other thing, of course, is Brandon King is short of match fitness, as we can see from his scratchy innings thus far. Delivery down the leg side, he gets the sweep on. Does he get it close to the ropes? No, it just dribbles into the backward square leg. Is that the first run for Romain Morris? It is indeed the first run for some time for Jamaica. And a little bit of moral victory here as they only trail by 199 now.
Yeah, most of the Jamaican batsmen so far, they have come out with a lot more positive intent. Romain Morris, let's see what his approach will be. He's been scoring far less quickly than he's accustomed to. Maybe it's a team plan. Let's be more positive. So it's interesting to see how he goes about it. On the evidence of that, he will play exactly as he was playing all along.
Yeah, but you look at the batting lineup to come. You have, after Morris, you have Manting, you have Salmon, Smith, Mindley, Campbell. Big swing by Morris and well taken by Elenico Boucher, trying to stay positive again. Maybe was there for the smacking.
Yeah, but reluctant to leave his base. Not one of those batsmen that chips down the wicket to the spinners. He was standing stationary and having a go.
But I always feel like, you have 4 balls into your innings. You really shouldn't be playing those kind of shots, should you? Despite the situation, despite whatever the game is.
Yeah, but they are teasing him mid-off and mid-on are up. And they were saying, can you go over the top, which is what he was trying to do then, but was in the end nowhere near it.
30 overs bowled by the Bajans. The Jamaicans are 98 for 4. Just a reminder, they are following on after the Bajans amassed 439 in their first innings, led by 71 from Craig Braffett, 84 from Roston Chase.
Jamil Warrican has only bowled 1 over there. Joshua Bishop, Jamil Warrican, last time we heard, is the West Indies vice captain, the premier left-arm spinner we were thinking in the region, although there's a slew of them. But in this match, he's been treated like and also ran. Bishop has been absolutely spectacular. And
well, in the interview that I had with Roston Chase, and we discussed Bishop, which of course you'll hear at lunchtime, he actually said that Joshua Bishop actually turns the ball. He actually puts the revs on the ball to get that turn. Not saying that Jamel Warrican doesn't do that. Yeah. So you're saying that's the difference with with Joshua Bishop. So I'm not sure if maybe Warrican is looking more a little bit about flight and bounce and whatever and stuff like that. Maybe adjusting his pace, but Bishop certainly gets those revs, and that's why he gets that tune. But I feel like Warrican he's still a class player, he's still a class performer, but he's just gone off the boil a little bit in the last two games. Now, if Barbados progress, I'm sure they will need him in the later round. Whether as tiredness comes in for Joshua Bishop, as other things will happen, of course.
Yeah. What's a difference a few days make Jamaica with that spectacular victory at Shedwin Park. 2 games after that, they look to be suffering the ignominy of an innings defeat. How times have changed.
But I feel like maybe Warrican could have been rested for this game. I mean, I say that, and then Warrican could come and lick up the next 4 Jamaican Scorpions wickets, next 6 Jamaican Scorpion wickets for a little bit. But I think that Warrican could have been rested for this game. Bishop come in. And then Johan Lane, beautiful delivery there from Bishop, as Romain Morris was very far wide off his off stump. Extravagant foot movement. Eventually lets it go. I think he will see that he played inside the line of that one. But I certainly think that Jediah Blaze, how he is bowled, and then Johan Lane, who was looking ominous in that second innings. Another well bowled delivery by Bishop, beaten all ends up by that one was Romain Morris.
Bishop against the left-handers has been virtually unplayable because they're not sure which one is spinning back and which one is going on straight.
Well, those foot marks outside the off stump of the left armers will cause so many problems. That one is off the pad and maybe into straight into short, like no bat on it. Wonderful delivery to end the over, 99 for 4.
Yeah, against the
overs bowled.
Against the left-handers as Romain Morris is now. That wasn't pitched in the rough, but Morris was playing for more spin than actual it happened. Played inside it, and that is what Joshua Bishop is, why he's so dangerous against left-handers. He's operating out of the rough, which is a problem in itself. But he can spin them even on the good parts of the pitch, and when you're playing for spin, he can run them on. He's nobody's using their feet to come down and upset his length. So at this point, I don't know how they're going to survive, but he's been a nightmare for the Jamaican batsmen, especially the left-handed ones.
Brandon King moves up to 40 with that single, and the Jamaicans also make their 100 for 4. So congratulations to the Scorpions in that regard. They were actually at a similar position in the first innings as well. They were 100.
Romain Morris again. Just being defensive. Unless it's a rank bad ball, he's not prepared to counter attack in any way.
Taking a look at the games around the region now for you. Roston Chase is bowling with his shades now. Sort of wish he'd bowl with a cap as well. Orville Higgins, quite a gleam. One that Keshav Bahadur Singh would be proud of as well. And Mr. Vinud Mamchan would say, there's no grass on that wicket.
Works it into the onside.
100 for 4, 32 overs have been bowled.
So the cover drive fluently through the offside or extra cover drive, off drive, will not come natural with batsmen who are so predominantly bottom-handed. But he's pretty young in his first-class career. These are all things that he can work on. He'd be a better player for it. Brandon King, on the other hand, is lovely, has lovely hands. He drives well through the offside, and on his day cuts the ball well. Not the most fluent leg-sided player, but it's all part of it. That's driven smoothly out towards long on.
Good cricket from him though, just turning over the strike. Fortunately, I was going to give some updates on the scores, but there seems to be some issues with the Cricket West Indies website, maybe pertaining to the same situation that we're experiencing here with the internet sort of coming and going.
That's the delivery that Bishop is causing all left-handers heaps of problem. There's a rough. You can see it from here. They are not sure what it will do once it gets there. And basically they've found it difficult to get him away. 34 for 2. And that's Bishop from well in his 14th over now.
So what time is your radio show typically over? Like or is it just news?
1 p.m. to 4 p.m. It's a 3-hour call-in sports show. So
you're a second session kind of guy.
Nah. But look at what I'm telling you about Romain Morris. How he shovels that out towards Medan. Because he's so bottom-handed, he's never going to be fluent through the offside. Which is why he's probably not driving at some of those.
End of the over again from Bishop, 101 for 4. 33 overs have been bowled.
But what he lacks in that technical efficiency, he makes up for in dogged spirit. He's shown in this tournament is Romain Morris that he's prepared to bat time, which is almost always an admirable thing. 2 from 20. Just needs now to work it around a little bit, but his temperament is growing. The stomach for the fight. So there are some positive to be taken away, but some things that he can also work on as well. Here is Brandon King.
Nicely played. Easy, as you like, from King, and they're looking for 2 now. They realize that 2 is on, and they get it quite comfortably.
Yeah, lovely shot. Didn't try to bash the covers of the ball. Really just stood over it.
In terms of the Jamaican sporting landscape, of course, track and field will be number 1. I suspect football will be a close second. Cricket might be coming in third. That one is slapped through the square leg region, just behind square on the leg side. And that's signature 4 from Collins Bryan. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely delightful from Collins Bryan, but even more so from Brandon King.
That was an excellent shot because he judged length perfect. Was short-ish, but not what you'd call a long hop by any means, and it was flat. But look how quickly he gets into position and swivel it around with that pull shot round towards backward square. Lovely shot. And Brandon King should be eyeing 100 here. He's classy enough and good enough to get a big one for Jamaica if the rest of the Scorpions can stay with him. His wicket may determine how long Jamaica lasts.
Yes, in terms of the sporting landscape, what do you think is the number 4 sport, the sleeper sport in Jamaica that you have a lot of potential that maybe it hasn't been realized as yet?
So cricket, football, track and field definitely would be the top 3. Basketball, I'd say, amongst Jamaican men, because netball would be among the top sports of women.
Right.
But I would say among Jamaican men, basketball would be 4th. They do play a lot of basketball here in especially the urban areas of Kingston, and may not be so popular in rural Jamaica. So basketball, I think, would be fourth.
Jamaica has had some expats go across and play basketball for the in the NBA, I believe, and even some with Jamaican heritage. I believe Patrick Ewing might have been from Barbados or Jamaica or something like that.
Patrick Young was a Jamaican. Left
Jamaican,
here early in the piece.
End of the over, 107 for 4, 34 overs have been bowled.
Yeah. So in Trinidad, cricket and football, I suspect, would be the top two.
Yeah, top two.
What would be third?
It's an interesting
Golf?
golf. Yeah,
Among youngsters?
Well,
Oh.
I mean, golf is popular. I think golf isn't really accessible by the wider public. It might very well be basketball indeed, because I think
Could be
basketball,
basketball.
again in those urban areas and stuff like that. As we see the first sign of Jamel Warrican for the day.
Yeah, yeah, tennis in Trinidad. Table tennis or lawn tennis? Both.
Both, yeah.
The favorite Jamaican pastime outside of sports on the field is dominoes. How big is dominoes in Trinidad?
Dominoes is not that big in Trinidad. I mean, you do find it more in the rural areas, but what we play is all fours. We play cards. It's a card game called all fours. That is more traditional.
I would think 80%.
I would actually say that recently a lot of companies, a lot of private companies and corporations, and even famous food franchises are doing 5Ks. So the 5K has become very popular in Trinidad. I think there's a 5K almost every weekend.
Yeah. And there's what I was telling you about Romain Morris. That one was outside off and dragged out towards Medan. Very strong bottom hand. Holds the bat close to the top. That should have been punched through the offside. He doesn't score as fluently as he would like.
It's almost a chook, as they
Yeah.
say, a chook.
Strong on the cut, as most left-handers are, but between point and mid-off, he doesn't score as many runs as he could or should be scoring, because his bottom hand is so dominant.
This could be a potentially interesting competition here. Brandon King just about finding his feet back in red ball cricket. And
Brandon King, on the other hand, has no such problems going through the offside. He's a lovely offsided player. It's not, I wouldn't say a weakness, but he scores less fluently through the onside. That was a sweep shot. He didn't make contact.
it got awkward on him there. Sort of a stifled appeal. Be interesting to see what happened here.
Yeah, heading down.
Might have straightened just a little bit.
Yeah, too much doubt though that would have gone on. So I thought Chris Taylor, the umpire, got that right.
Might have straightened a little bit. Might have been one of those marginal decisions I could go either way. Because if he missed the sweep,
Yeah.
there he goes. He gets the sweep this time. It's more of a short arm jab sweep. But he'll get it away to the ropes behind square on the leg side for 4.
Yeah, maybe this is the reason why Joshua Bishop has been preferred to do the long spells as opposed to Warrican. Warrican with a 6-3 offside field.
And that is also 50, my apologies, for Brandon King at the end of the over. Jamaica 112 for 4, 35 overs bowled. Excellent 50, 102 deliveries. It's been a scratchy knock from him, but showing his capabilities nevertheless.
Right, so Joshua Bishop was spot on in terms of his line and his length. Warrican, who has been a little off color, was down the leg side and brought out the sweep from Brandon King, getting his 50. This is Warwickon, who's just gone off the boil a little bit down the leg side, and only 3 people on the leg side. Absolutely no way that that was not going to go for 4. Bad line, well played.
And that will run into the ropes for 4. Roston Chase stands with his arms akimbo, and Collins Bryan delights me yet again.
He does hit the ball afar when he chooses, but again, look at this. Dragged leg side out towards wide long on. And this is where he will score a lot. Look at the bottom hand coming into play. Down towards long on. 4 runs.
It's almost interesting when they use the bottom hand as a direction. It looks awkward. I mean, it's effective. Goes this time over wide mid-off. Warwickon has some chasing to do. Does he do well? No, the ball rolls into the ropes for 4.
Yeah, and that's
I think in that instance, I think Warwickon was a little bit on the back foot there because it was aerial. It was far enough from him, but I think he could have made a better attempt in terms of trying to stop that or get a dive in before the ball passed him. Because once it passed him, I think it was never going to stop until it got to the ropes.
lost the race, and that's a good shot though from Romain Morris. Opened up to target the offside. This now, he's looking better.
Warwickon has stayed at long off. Mid-on is still in, just called Craig Bradford bait at this moment, and not Oval Higgins, Romain Morris is fish.
That's exactly what I thought he would do. But Romain Morris isn't tempted. The long off is all the way back. The long on is halfway back. So you expect him to hit leg side again.
Well.
Now that tells you all I was telling you about his deficiencies hitting through the offside. That was floated up. Was in the air for a year, and it was a slash. Missed it all. So Craig Brathwaite, obvious tactic. I'm trying to get this guy to play some shots.
Just wide of the off stump, Craig. There we go. He punches this time. Can't get it through that region. There's an interesting field setting in the 2 covers. So you can see Kyle Mayers just at the bottom right of your screen at a straight short mid-on. And then there's the extra cover fielder as well. Goes again, misses again.
Oh. Come on. That should be disappearing through the covers.
The fish had a bite of the hook.
Oh, come on, Romain. Come on. Oh, come on.
Romain Morris didn't take the bait in this over. What will happen in the next one? 122 for 4 is the score. 38 overs have been bowled. And as we look at the time, it's just about 9 minutes to the lunch break here on day 3.
Yeah, so Craig Brathwaite did what I expected him to do. He wouldn't bowl those at Brandon King. I can guarantee you that. Because maybe 3 of those would be whistling through the covers.
Yeah, Brandon King would have ended at over 24 runs. He'd have been closing in on 100.
And he's not flighting straight. If he did that on, say, leg stump, they would be disappearing over wide, long on, or mid wicket as well.
I think what Craig should do is if he bowls to Romain Morris again, is give him a freebie on the leg. Let him take that one and be like, okay, you can have that one. Let's see what happens if you're tempted with the other 5.
The thing is, though, on another day with more confidence, some of those looped up deliveries can go sailing over cover.
Indeed.
From Romain Morris, just not in the greatest of form at the moment.
Warwickon to King now. .1 overs, none for 10. Not bad from the veteran, but nothing special, you have to say. I haven't really seen any deliveries really turn or do anything dramatic as it had done with Bishop.
Yeah, trying to work it through mid wicket and didn't quite time it, didn't quite middle it.
Nicely tossed up. Opening the face nicely is on that one is Brandon King.
Yeah,
Yes, Morgan has to try the Sachin Mohammed special. It's sort of drifting in from outside off stump and clips your middle. Sort of gets it in between bat and pad. Jamel Warrican will get a chance to bowl to Romain Morris with those extravagant follow-through marks outside Morris's off stump.
Yeah, not sure why they wouldn't have somebody under the bat on the offside as well, because Morris has shown very little inclination to drive through the offside from length deliveries. Like that. But Warwican, as Bishop did, is putting the left-handers in a chokehold. They just can't seem to get any runs.
It's that straight back past Warrican. I think he got a hand on it. That would have been a spectacular catch, and he took it. It was uppishly. It was in the air. Warrican is still lying on the floor. That really would have been a brilliant catch had he taken it. But Morris got a lot of power behind that one. End of the over, 127 for 4.
Yeah, and this is why Morris doesn't drive a lot through the offside. And did get a hand to it, did Warrican. As I keep saying, he's not the best driver of the ball on the up through the offside. A little lucky that Warrican didn't snaffle that.
Well, I don't know if I'd call it a drop catch. That was really, really harsh on Warrican, as that was hit powerfully. 124 for 4 is the score. 39 overs have been bowled. Craig Bradford will continue his loopy stuff to Morris.
No.
I think Morris should just get a single and get Brandon King on strike and see what Bradford does then.
Still not driving fluently through the covers. There are 3 people in a ring in that cover region. Craig Brathwaite is saying, have a go, Romain, have a go. There are 3 people catching. A mid-off, very short and very straight. Then there's an extra cover and a regulation cover. Floating up. Oh, come on. He can't hit that. Andrew, what do you say?
I would say Romain Morris has to go back to the nets. I would say Romain Morris has to go back to the nets and work on that. The same way Jonathan Drakes needs to develop his leg side game as well.
Let me tell you what I think after this.
Gets this one, does he? Yes, he does. Has to create some room, and he carves it through backward point. And my good friend Collins Bryan will signal for.
There we go.
Yeah,
Craig is saying,
beautiful.
play some shots.
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous from our cameraman.
I'll tell you something though, Andrew. If this were a senior cup game, local cricket, Romain Morris would be on 50 by now. He would be creaming these over extra cover. Those, that's gone. That is off the outside half, so he didn't quite hit that where he wanted to. This is somebody that's playing well within himself, maybe a little unsure of his game, maybe a little lacking in confidence. You don't bowl that in senior cup cricket to Morris. Maybe he should just forget that it's a first-class game and just play naturally.
Floated again, straight to Bradford. Oh my goodness. Craig Bradford strikes. Romain Morris falls for the ploy. Jamaica lose their 5th wicket with the score on 128 for 5. Romain Morris, you really need to learn how to hit into the offside.
Maybe this is the best piece of captaincy I've seen from Craig Brathwaite maybe over the 3 games. He realized that Morris wasn't driving through the offside particularly well. He decided, okay, I'll come on, I'll float them up, outside off. What do you have? Morris realizes that, come on, this is looking bad. I will have to play some shots. And then in the end, he was tricked out by Craig Brathwaite. Nothing special about the deliveries. A captain who realizes the limitations of the Jamaican keeper. Played on his mind and his ego. Craig is saying, aren't you going to play shots to anything? And Morris fell for it. Hit back to the bowler.
And
well done, Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, and to add insult to injury, the umpires have decided to take lunch as well, as Brandon King walks back to the lone man in the Jamaica dugout. And we go straight to an interview that yours truly had with Roston Chase yesterday, the player of the match, 84, and then 5 for 28 as the Jamaicans were dismissed for 142. We'll be back in about 40 minutes or so. Roston, we have a lot to talk about in terms of your performance today, but I want to take you back to your innings yesterday, the start of your innings yesterday. You started off very aggressively, and it seemed towards the end of the day, you sort of closed down and made sure that you saw the day. Ended on 83. Were you thinking about the milestone in terms of getting to 100, and maybe that's why you were a little bit tentative coming out to bat this morning?
No, initially when I came out yesterday to bat, my intentions was to put the Jamaican bowlers under some pressure, and I did that, and then we lost a couple quick wickets, so then I just changed my game plan. I didn't really want to take on the bowlers, I just took what they gave me, but I was still trying to keep the scoring rate ticking and trying to move around some of the fielders in the field positions that they had set, and I thought that me and Bocha, we had a good partnership. We kept the scoreboard ticking, and that was good. And then this morning, obviously with the second new ball, it wasn't the same as yesterday in terms of the old ball. The ball was moving around a bit more, so it's not where I could have just come out and play some shots. So I was just trying to see how the ball was reacting off the surface, and I didn't really pick up the pace of the wicket as the innings went on. But I wouldn't say I was thinking about the milestone. When I'm batting, I'm always trying to put the bowlers under some pressure.
346 for 5 over, and I bowled out for 439. I mean, in hindsight, of course, you would take that, but prior to coming out this morning, did you all have a total in mind that you wanted to achieve?
Yeah, I think we was initially looking at 500 runs, but as I said, to me the wicket changed from yesterday. The ball wasn't coming through as nicely when they took the new ball. I think the harder the ball is, the more it tends to do on the wicket. Even if you have a look at our second innings here bowling, Bishop was ragging the new ball. So I just think that the harder ball is a bit more difficult to play on the wicket. And then as the ball gets a bit older, not like that half new, that kind of like 40, 30 overs, I think then the ball starts to do something again.
Congratulations on a spectacular 5-wicket haul. You mentioned that the pitch was playing a little bit differently. How did you and Joshua go about in terms of reading the pitch and then exploiting it, because it seemed like a completely and utterly different pitch?
Yeah, I think the pitch was offering a bit for the bowlers, and Bish had a bit of rough to work with outside the left-handers eyesight. So I just think that was the plan for him to really bowl to the left-handers, and I bowled to either right or left-handers because I was getting a bit of bite, not as much as Bishop, but it was just for me to just keep the ball in a good area and let the pitch do the rest for us.
Barbados has gone from strength to strength in this tournament. You're now coming in on sort of the third and final game. What do you see that's different about this Barbados team as opposed to championship season?
Well, I mean, over the past few years, I really haven't played a lot of first-class cricket. I would have played a 1 or 2 game in the seasons. But what I like about this team so far is the batting lineup. I think the batting lineup has been firing every innings. Every innings we've been getting over 300 runs. So that's something that I could highlight about this team. I think in the past we would get 300 runs today, and then probably next innings we may get a 250 or a 220. And I think our bowling back then was a bit stronger. We had a bit more experienced campaigners, but this attack is quite young in terms of experience. So I just think that we have to improve a bit more on the bowling, but that will come with experience and game time for the youngsters that we have in the lineup now. But as I said, I think the batting has been doing a very good job. We've been looking to get the most hundreds in this tournament, and I think that so far we are leading. So I just want to continue to urge the batsmen once we go on to the next phase of the competition to just keep that flame burning.
You mentioned one of the youngsters, last question. Joshua Bishop performed magnificently today. 5 wickets on the day, 4 wickets in one innings, and then one in the next. What is it about this young man that is different and that sets him apart from the other players?
I think what's different about Bishop, he has a good trajectory on the ball. He's not too flat and he's not too loopy, and he varies his pace very lovely. And I think he's a spinner of the cricket ball. I find that nowadays a lot of our spinners don't really try to spin the cricket ball very big. They just try to go stump to stump and, you know what I mean, try to be tight. But I think Bishop has a unique skill where he spins the ball a lot more than other left-arm spinners in the region. So I think that that's what really works for him.
Thank you very much, Roston. All the best for the rest of the game.
Thanks, buddy.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing he said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled a long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill set, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016, after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more with the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and you know, it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing, and he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and you know, we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. You know, speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then, you know, you play the moment away and stuff, and this was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Walters hung up the wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because you want, when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I play the supporting role. On my day, he plays the supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Laws as well when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And you know, that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who was it for you? If you had to look back on your career, it could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your career.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. They have good respect, have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun. We also work hard, and that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're gonna transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm gonna quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
7
times.
that
Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think it, I know this one is...
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first test wicket, but can you remember your second test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who was your second test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about the order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me. I think
so it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. Well, you still play.
Yeah, he has 16. And he's right up and
right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those four fast bowlers, that four, almost five-prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the four horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last test match. Four fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looked very good. The execution by all four. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the four came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main four, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his great. But the main four is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the four of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all four of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar is shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well, we know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day, it's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kemar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I stopped at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kemar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kemar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kemar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in him. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall, he doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish, he's got a lot more left.
And that's the wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I'd have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After 25 Lings, Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now, and international games. It was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it, but it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
And Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Oh, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes!
Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100. And yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100, and it couldn't be more well-deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left. And we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked it down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 50 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and in that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. pass mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honor for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag, and I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket.
Jaja City, Jaja Town. It might be a Jamaican city, but it is a Barbados town here. We're coming to you live from Sabina Park for session 2 on day 3 of this match. The Jamaica Scorpions went to lunch at 128 for 5. They just lost their 5th wicket. Romain Morris caught and bowled by Craig Bradford for 17. After starting the day on 22 for 1, they're still 169 behind the Bajans' first innings total of 439. Brandon King, he wears number 53 on his back, and his current score is actually 53 as well. Andrew Chan in your company alongside the one and only, well, there might be somebody else with the same name, but certainly in Jamaica, it's the one and only Orville Higgins.
Yeah, how are you? How was your lunch, Sir Andrew?
It wasn't bad, it wasn't bad. I really wanted that roast beef, but I see you got your grubby little hands on it.
No, but you should have told me.
And you had so much fun with it.
You should have said it, man. I would have gladly made the swap. You're
such a kind fellow.
Still see you as a guest in Jamaica, so I'm obligated to treat you right.
One love and respect. We have no beef because Orville Higgins ate it all.
Nice play on words.
No, it's all good.
Right.
It was an imitation rice and peas, though, because it was black-eyed peas. It wasn't the traditional, what we call in Trinidad, red beans.
Okay, so Craig Brathwaite will continue. So that experiment against Romain Morris, well, he says if I could get a wicket there, maybe I could get another wicket there.
Yeah, he does have to finish this over.
Right. And Mansing is known to be a stonewaller himself, so the tactic may very well continue. Float them up, And ask Mansing, have you gotten a shot in your armory?
Yeah. The interesting thing is to see how Brandon King will play at the end of that over. 40 overs have been bowled, 128 for 5. If he will shepherd the strike from now, or if he's going to trust at least Mansing and Salmon, and then of course that man Odin Smith.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any shielding of certainly not Mansing and definitely not Pete Salmon either. I don't think he will want to shield Odin Smith even. He'll take the runs when he can get them. May want to score a little bit quicker though, because he may not trust what the rest of the Jamaican batting can do. And I'm sure Brandon King is eyeing 3 figures for himself, despite the frailties of the Jamaican batting lineup.
Jamal Warrican wicketless in this match, odd as it may seem, despite the fact that the Jamaican spinners demolished, the Bajan spinners I should say, demolished the Jamaicans in the first innings. Jamal Warrican to Brandon King.
Yeah, played reasonably comfortably to that.
Do you think Brandon King is good against his spinners, or does he struggle a little bit?
No, I think he's a fairly competent player of spin. He's a very capable batsman in all forms when he can be a little bit casual, but no, good player of spin. Judges length well, comes on the front foot, look at that, on the back foot, kept the bat straight when the ball didn't turn. So he has all he needs, and on his day will use his feet and come down the track as well. So no problems in his technique against spinners.
Where is the chink in his armour?
Doesn't drive through mid-wicket or mid-on well enough, if you could call that a weakness. But that is not his biggest strength, let's put it like that.
Obsessive cutter, as we see there, but he will get a run for it, well played.
Yeah, he's a strong offside player, so the shots through the offside, the cuts, the cover drives, the loft over the infield, he has those.
And he's very strong straight down the ground as well.
And he can hit down the ground. He's not at the greatest of flickers or workers of the ball, but he can do it, but you would think he prefers the offside.
I get the feeling that he doesn't really have soft hands, maybe. So that goes at everything a little bit too hard. Or maybe not hard is the word, but solidly. Not stiff, certainly not stiff. And the over. 129 for 5. We do see a little bit of shepherding the strike from King. He started the over and then took a run off about the 4th delivery.
Yeah, well, let's see how he works on this. I think he will maybe just play normally, but if wickets continue to fall, then King does have the ability to open up and be more expansive in his stroke play. But for now, I think he will just play quote-unquote normal cricket.
The Craig Bradford shopping spree has worked. He certainly bought the wicket of Romain Morris. So it's back to regularly scheduled programming with the lanky figure of Roston Chase. Is he still wearing his sunglasses? I believe
Yes, he is.
We've had absolutely brilliant conditions for cricket throughout this match. Unlike the second round, which was interrupted with rain, I think on all days. Starts on the money, does Roston Chase.
Yeah, that's just about where he wants to be, outside off stump, just spinning in. And inquiry, but I think much too high.
If that one beats everybody, we'll wait for the signal from the umpire. And it's byes, and it'll be a calm 4 from Collins Bryan. And beating all ends up by that one was...
yeah, one of the rules of cricket is that your strength can be your weakness. Brandon King loves the extra cover drive or the off drive. He saw a ball that he thought was there for his favorite shot, but the ball spun between the gate. And he must feel a little lucky that he didn't hear his castle being disturbed.
He almost bowled himself there, he did. Brandon King. He's lucky that one had enough drift on it to take it past the leg stump. Again, trying to force that through the cover region. No run. Is there a particular bat that you had liked when you were batting Orville Higgins?
No, in my time when I was playing cricket, you bat with what you had. We were too poor to afford our own.
But there must have been a particular bat throughout the years, Orville Higgins. 42 overs, 133 for 5. That has stuck with you, maybe spent a couple nights in the bed with you.
There was a bat called Slazenger. I don't know if they still make them. They don't make them anymore, I'm being
not
told.
sure. I think, well, might be an obscure brand.
But in my time, I felt it had the right weight. The weight was evenly distributed from the handle to the bottom. And I used to like the Slazenger brand. Well, I'm being told by my producer that may have just gone.
I think, well, Viv used to use it quite a lot. I think he made it sort of famous.
Not as popular. I think they still make them. All right, so let's see now as Warwickon will operate to Mansing. Driving that one out comfortably enough. I remember Viv batting with a bat used to be called SS Jumbo.
Yeah, a jumbo bat. Slazenger. Was it maybe Carl Hooper I saw with a Slazenger bat? He used to... And those were the V500s as well?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, but I think Chandler Paul used to use those at some point.
Mansing was out LBW, I think, in the first innings. Stuck on the crease, so he'll have that in mind. Something similar to that. He'll have to ensure that when he does stay on the crease, the bat comes down straight.
And so during the rain breaks in round 2, Orville Higgins had a chance to bat in our corridor cricket test match. I believe you were not out, weren't you?
No, I got out several times in my first turn at bat, when I was still a little rusty.
Lofted straight down the ground. Does he get enough on this? Will it run into the ropes? No, he doesn't. Doesn't make good connection on it. But well lofted, you'd have to say, by Mansing.
Poor running again. That one was hit well over the top, and the fieldsman had to be running back. Even if there was not a second, I think that they were a little bit too easy on that first run. You always run the first one hard. This is a good shot, lofted over the offside. And that should have been a quick 2. They took 1 and Brandon King on strike.
Well, I mean, Brandon King probably wants to be on strike as well. But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter because there's 1 delivery left. And that was the end of the over. 43 overs bowled. 134 for the loss of 5. Jamaica still trail by a hefty 163. But before that little corridor cricket, when was the last time you held a bat before that, Orville Higgins?
Years.
years over Liggett. My goodness.
Maybe 2 years ago.
2 years.
Yeah. Maybe 2 years ago I scored 2. Went back to Westmoreland. They had a Masters game. Huge, well, it's a decent crowd came out to see me, but I got me 2. And the public were well satisfied. It was a pretty 2.
Well done.
2 nice, one nice cover drive and a nice take a flick shot. They were satisfied.
Yeah. And how are your knees behind the stumps over here?
No, the knees can't wicket keep anymore.
They can't.
Those are gone. The knees and the back are gone.
The back as well?
Yeah, not the same back as I did as a child. The knees are gone.
Yeah, the same back that you maybe fell out of a mango tree 20 feet in the end, just bounced and got back up.
So when last you played?
Did you do a lot of hunting as a country boy?
Hunting? Of what?
Birds or...
Yeah, well, hunting may not be the word I'd use.
Catching animals for your dinner.
Yeah, Brandon King looking very solid. There's a first slip as you're seeing there, and I think they're now adding a second for that delivery that doesn't spin back but rushes on with the arm. So Brandon King, well, Mansing has got to be careful.
I was uppishly well fielded there by Shane Mosley at that short slip position because the throw came in a little bit of a wild one. I ask you this because the book, The Cloud with the Silver Lining, I'm sure you'd have read that book. The classic Jamaican book about the Jamaican childhood. And the boys, of course, they were living in a country and they were talking about going...
The Cloud with the Silver Lining. I would have seen that book dozens of times. I can't remember reading it.
A lovely story, a really, really lovely story.
Yeah.
2 boys living with their grandfather, and their grandfather used to sell baskets and stuff like that. And then I think what happened was he lost his leg in an accident, and they wanted to get him back a buggy and stuff like that. And it's just the 2 of them, so they worked hard, you know. And then what happened is actually centered around a cricket match. So the Christmas Day cricket match was happening. So they decided to set up a stall and sell baked goods and stuff to raise the money. And yeah, it was really a lovely childhood Christmas story.
One of my favorite books as a child was set in Trinidad. I'll tell you about it after this. With Brandon King, that low stance. Yeah.
Loose delivery down the leg side, and it's swept away magnificently for 4. Keshav Bahadur Singh, the OCD sweeper and cleaner, would be proud of that one.
Yeah, Warwickon definitely showing that he's not at his sharpest. That was definitely the wrong line, and Brandon King in his 50s wouldn't miss out. Lovely shot that, but not the greatest deliveries. Well played, controlled it, rolled the top hand over it so it stayed down. Lovely shot.
Absolute acres of space on that leg side. Ooh, and good flighted delivery outside the off stump. Had Brandon King feeling for that one. Played inside the line, so good response by Warwickon.
Slower, more flighted, more spin.
Kept a little low. Just about brought his bat down in time.
Yeah, the book I'm talking about was written by Michael Anthony called The Games Were Coming. And it's about a cyclist preparing for a cycling competition. Written by Michael Anthony, for those who know it. The Games Were Coming. I was big in sports and I was big on reading. And that book combined both. The Games Were Coming, Michael Anthony, was one of my favorite all-time novels.
That slapped through the extra cover region, but well stopped there by, it looks like, Carl Mayers.
And my favorite book of all time, my favorite book on sports and my favorite book of all time was C.L.R. James's
Beyond
the boundary. I think every sportsman need to read that. It got to the point at one stage of Beyond the Boundary where if you turn a page and read the first 2 or 3 lines, I could tell what the other line had. I probably read that book a dozen times maybe.
Well, you know, it's sort of funny. I mean, 45 overs have been bowled, 138 for 5. So much has been written about cricket. If you really think about it, every year they come out with a wisdom that's thicker than most books that you see on the shelf. And of course it is just stats. And so it is a sense of pride to think that Beyond the Boundary stands alone almost at the top of cricketing book and stories about cricket. I mean, there's so many stories. I mean, there are facts and then a nice shot through the extra cover region. And they'll come back for 2. I remember reading a book called Tillingfold's Tour, which is a story about a county cricket in England, a county cricket team in England, village cricket team going through their season, and so it was all about their season. But in terms of the depth of Beyond the Boundary, I mean, it's amazing. It really is incredible in terms of what that book brought to cricket.
Yeah,
and it's still applicable today in terms of West Indians and understanding the role of cricket and what cricket is.
If you want to know the role of the importance of cricket, you need to go no further than Beyond the Boundary. It's a classic novel, not just about cricket, but about West Indian society. There's some history and some politics thrown into it as well. It was just a great
racial overtones and undertones, of course.
There you go.
But that's what I'm saying. I understand that people don't like cricket, the sport. It's okay if you don't like it. Everybody's entitled to what they like and what they don't like. But you have to respect what West Indies cricket and what cricket is for the Caribbean.
I don't know if it's a Trinidadian thing, but I liked C.L.R. James as a Trinidadian. And as I told you, Michael Anthony, who wrote The Games Were Coming, he also wrote The Year in San Fernando, which was another great book.
Yeah.
Green Days by the River, fantastic
Brilliant,
read. But then there was a fellow called Samuel Selvon who wrote a book called The Lonely Londoners. Absolute crack me up when you read that. Still remember there was a guy in the book called 5 past 12. And they asked him, on what basis are you called 5 past 12? Because he's a dark fellow. And they said he was so black, he was blacker than midnight. So he was as black as 5 past 12 at night. The Lonely Londoners, to all of you listening, if you have never read it, it's about some West Indians living in London and all the troubles and strife that they had to go through.
Well, that was all part of the Windrush experience.
Yeah, probably somewhere there, but I tell you, man, it was fantastic.
It was that time period.
Yeah.
Yeah, Samuel Selvon is a brilliant author as well.
Absolutely.
Out of Trinidad and Tobago.
The Green Days by the River with Michael Anthony was the first time I heard the term dougla. The dougla girl. I understand it's a popular term in Trinidad.
Dougla is common because it's a mix. When you can't define, because as you know, as West Indians, we have these sort of mixes and stuff that sometimes you can't define them. But dougla is traditionally a mix between African and Indian whenever there's that mix that happens.
Okay.
Nice drive to the extra cover region, and there's a fielder out there long off, and he does well. Brandon King gets another single.
Yeah, that shot defines what Brandon King's batting is all about. He lives for that shot. He sets himself up to play that. Plays it well in the end.
Deliveries, 21 deliveries now faced by Mansingh. He's looked more assured at the crease than I've seen him in some time.
Yeah, 3 from 21 would suggest that he's just laying down the anchor. But you get the feeling that he wants to, score a little freer. But the bowlers are not allowing him. Warwick not at his best, but 19 runs off 7.4 overs means he's not giving too many away.
Have you ever read The Hummingbird People? I think it
No.
might be by C. Everett Palmer as well.
No, don't think
Well,
so.
that's another lovely Jamaican book, and there's a character in it. So I'll tell you about what I remember about that story. So what it was two soldiers were coming back from fighting in the war. Two Jamaican soldiers at the end of the over, 141 for 5 or 47 overs. And the two soldiers were coming back, and they were coming to two neighboring villages. And the two villagers were basically trying to outdo each other in how they welcome back these soldiers. And there was a lovable rascal, you could say, a guy who liked to imbibe in his alcohol, and he was having fun playing the two villagers off each other. So he was finding out what stocks this one had, and he was going around. And it actually ended up, the book climaxed in a battle. The villagers were about to battle, and then the two soldiers were coming down the road in a truck, hand in hand, just happy to be back in Jamaica.
Oh.
It was a really, really funny book.
Wee.
But a wonderful story, and I love those stories about the Jamaican countryside and the Jamaican culture.
Yeah. Maybe my favorite Jamaican novel of all time was Jean de Costa, Escape to Last Man Peak. Yeah, for those who remember that. It was about some children who were taken from some foster home after some outbreak of disease, and they travel across Jamaica to find shelter at
That's
one
a-
of,
That's
at
an
a
interesting
relative
one.
of
I'd love
theirs.
to see. I'd love to read that one.
Escape to Last Man Peak. It tells you a lot about the Jamaican countryside and things that these kids went through to move from one end of the island to the other. But you sound like somebody who liked reading.
I love reading.
Yeah. I'll tell you how I took up the habit of reading in a little bit as Mansing comes back on strike. Dead straight, and he is equal to the task. Not playing anything rash at the moment. Mansing is deciding, as he generally plays, tries to cut out risky shots. Was out LBW playing, staying on the back foot, so he has to be careful.
Lofted. Is it just over mid-off? It is indeed. RBJ Mansing gets a little piece of that one, just about over mid-off, and gets it away for 4. Wonderful little shot there.
Yeah, this was one of the first one that was flighted and outside of stump. So he's not taking any chances at the ones that are straight. But that was outside of, felt that it was full enough, foot down the track, and bang, well played. He's unlikely to do that when they are on the stumps. He's not that in that mode at the moment. So like those, he will defend. Yeah, so my mother was a teacher, and I never liked housework. And in the
End of the over, 48 overs bowl, 146 for 5.
and in the mornings when she got out of her sleep, it was a big family. There was 9 of us. She's always looking for you to do something. You can't be idle. So somebody had to be washing plates, somebody had to be sweeping the yard, somebody looking. And I realized very early, maybe at 7, 8, if she saw you reading, she will not disturb you.
So that's how so reading was your form of laziness and getting out of chores.
So I used to pretend to be reading.
Oh.
Just
And
grab
then
a
you
book.
just end up
and,
actually reading.
Grab a book and look deeply immersed in it. And one day she caught on. Warwick forward. One day she caught on and said, "You Orville, make sure when I took up one of these books one day you can tell me what is in it." And rather than pretending to read, I actually started reading and fell in love with it since. I'm actually a trained literature teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that laziness, not wanting to do housework, actually helped.
I've always enjoyed reading, and I think I'm a I sort of indiscriminate reader in the sense that there's nothing that I would not read, basically.
Good.
I mean, you know, even those cheesy romance novels your mom
Harley
used to
Quinn,
have,
Mills
the
and Boone.
Mills and Boone. Yeah, I used to read those.
Photo romance.
Yes, because they were there.
I read everything. Like literally everything at the time.
Well, know the Harley Quinn, Orville Higgins, were any of those stories inspired by you?
But we know how those stories, after you read a few, you know how they would all end.
Yeah.
And then in that time you did Hardy Boys, Nancy Drew, the mystery story. We did a whole lot. And then novels, Sidney Sheldon, Daniel Steele.
And all the classics as well.
20,000
Leagues Under the Sea, Great Expectations, Oliver Twist.
I'll give you a quick joke. My first love letter, I received it when I was probably about 11 or 12. And you know, as a child, I reread this letter maybe every 2 or 3 days. And then one day, my mother found the letter. There's a part in the house called the passage. She found it in the passage. I'll tell you that after this Warwick and deliver it to Brandon King.
He's back through the extra cover, straight to the fielder, no run.
Yeah, he loves that shot. He'll be disappointed because there's a little gap between extra cover and the regulation cover. He wanted to find that gap. He loves the cover drive. Quicker one, well played. So my mother found the letter. And I don't know about in your time, but
so
when
a love letter that somebody wrote.
Yeah,
to you.
my first love letter that I got from one of the nice girls in primary school. I would have been maybe 10, 11. Now when my mother called my name,
Are you still in contact with
yeah,
this
man,
person?
roses are red. You know that kind of roses are red, violets are blue. Now when my mother calls my name properly, you know you're in trouble. If she says Orville, come here, you're good. But if she says Orville, you know that you're in trouble.
She didn't have to say come here.
No. And when she calls both your names, when she says Orville Higgins, you start bawling. You know licks coming. But this morning after she called my name, when I went into her room, this is my first love letter in my mother's hands. And I was like, oh my God, I'm dead. She looked at it for a while, pulled down her glasses, looked at it, and then said, tell you what, pass my reading pen for me as a teacher. And she proceeded to correct the love. Tell so-and-so for me. Her spelling is atrocious. She's mixing up her tenses and her verbs.
You cannot marry this girl. She can't even spell love.
At that point, I was so relieved that there were no licks. I don't remember the correction. The girl doesn't know until probably now she's listening.
Did you tell her, my dear darling, this will not work out because my mother hates how you spell. Back foot cover drive, slapped through the cover region, and that's a lovely, delightful little four from RBJ Mansing. He moves on to double figures now. He's looking quite confident.
The first 4 was on the front foot over the offside. This one on the back foot, slashing past the man at cover.
It's
so
also
he's showing
the first delivery from Bishop as well. My apologies.
Right. He's showing that, yeah, he does have range. He doesn't have to be this stodgy defensive batsman all the time. And that was a lovely back foot punch.
Bishop has also switched ends. He's bowling from the southern end when he was actually more successful from the northern end yesterday. Maybe the change will work. Oh, when they get a fine one on that one, we'll wait for the signal from the estimable Collins Bryan. If it reaches the ropes, it does indeed. He signals buys. It's a normal 4.
Now Brandon King may feel that there is a reliable partner in Mansing, which means that he may very well continue to play the game he's playing. Mansing has the ability to bat for hours. This one was just angled into the pads and he tickled that down to fine leg. That's always going to run pretty close to the boundary.
So that Green Days by the River, is that your favorite book of all time? No, the games are coming. Is that your favorite book of all time?
No, my favorite book is probably Beyond the Boundary. It's the book I've read the most often.
Even non-cricketing book?
Of any type. Of any
type. Interesting.
Sports or otherwise.
Well, I'll give you a book to read. I'll suggest a book and I'll tell you why I love this book so much. Nice delivery. But well played. Mansing will have to hustle the single and they get it easily enough. My favorite book of all time is a book called Catch 22 by Joseph Hello.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, it's a World War. It's a World War book, and it's based on the premise. So a catch-22. You know what a catch-22 is? It's of course it's a vicious circle. So essentially, these World War II pilots, they were flying missions, and they were doing missions, whether it be 15 missions, 20 missions, etc. And every time they think, okay, I get 20 missions, I get to go home, and then the number is raised. So the catch-22 was the pilots could sign a form saying that they're mentally unstable and shouldn't fly anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Dancing up the pitch this time just gets it over that fielder short mid-off. Long off comes into play. But the catch is, if they sign the document saying that you're mentally unstable, then that means you're mentally stable and therefore can continue to fly mission. So the entire book, and if the over 50 overs have been bowled by the Bajans, 157 for 5. So the entire book is sort of about how these pilots are trying to convince the uppers that they're mad enough to not fly any more mission. But at the end of it all, it's heartbreaking. It's, you know, there's a lot of themes and a lot of other things that go on, and then the sub-characters and the interesting things that happen to them and the interesting things that these pilots do.
Yeah. Yeah, books came alive for me as a child.
Yeah.
I used to get to the point where I didn't just read the novels, I used to act them out.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I used to, when I read cowboy books, for example, for the next week, I became a cowboy.
Edge, just a thick outside edge.
A fellow called Vic Reed wrote a novel about the young warriors, some Maroons, and how they walked through the night. And for a while, I used to just go out in the night and did what these young Maroons. I was probably a little crazy at the time, but yeah, drives.
Well, I will tell you about me. So I used to have so many books in my bathroom that they were literally like a shelf. So it was all shelf. And sweeping down the leg side, is that given? Yes, it is. Oh my goodness. Jamal Workin strikes, and when he strikes, it is the big wicket of Brandon King. Well, 157 for 6, and Brandon King goes for a well-played 63.
It's always not advisable to sweep to the straight ball. The sweep is a risky enough shot by itself, because you're slashing horizontally. Now when it is straight, it compounds that risk. This was straight enough. He's thinking that it would dart past leg, but there's Chris Taylor, almost like a traffic cop, saying, no, this looks to be fairly straight. Pitched and just came back a little bit. I think that was a good decision. And Brandon King will feel a little aggrieved. Thought it would have been drifting down the leg side. Look at his drifting in. But as it touched down, just straightened up enough.
Yeah,
and in the end, I thought that was a great decision.
Yeah, I think it would have gone into middle and leg, which is the danger with the sweep shot, you have to say. And I was saying, yeah, so I'll go to use the bathroom, and I'd go in and I'd have a book. And I'd use the bathroom, and I'll be there for half an hour, 45 minutes reading, and then my foot would fall asleep. And then every time I'd come out and I'd have to be hopping around everywhere like you in the bathroom again reading. So yeah.
Yeah, what did Brandon King that time was that drift, that left, that deliver, that definitely a little spin on it. And Brandon King was deceived by a good delivery, good decision by Chris Taylor. More trouble for the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I mean, if you look at that wicket again, there wasn't any extravagant spin, but it did just enough. And that's what always happens with spin bowling. It does just enough. You see Joshua Bishop turning the ball 180 degrees, and then Jamal Workin with a little bit of dip, a little bit of, maybe it kept a little low, which is why the sweep shot was encouraged. Maybe King was deceived into thinking he was going down the leg when it just straightened a little bit. He was to the new batter, Pete Salmon.
Pete Salmon was out back pad. I think the first delivery he faced just This
solid
time,
in front of
dead
this
straight.
one. Yeah, you're quite right in that regard. Pete Salmon is on a pair. Goes for big oink this time. Very agricultural. No connection.
Went for that slug sweep. The good thing is that he didn't choose one that was straight, the way that Brandon King did. Understand that they're giving him some lip under the bat. And
would you be able to understand it if it was Bajan lip?
I think so. I think so.
End of the over. 51 overs bowled. 158 for 6.
So Mansingh, who started nicely, will he open up his range a little bit? Still trailing by 139.
Your good friendly producer Keshav spoke about a book that he did for his A-level exams, which was Brother Man. That's an inside edge. I'll get down to long on for a single. About the book about Brother Man and Rastafarian culture in Jamaica and the development of that particular religion.
Yeah, I've heard of Brother Man. I think I would have read maybe excerpts of it, but I don't think I would have gone all the way through. Now, Pete Salmon and the Barbadians have been having their own little verbal contest, shall we put it. Interesting that Roston Chase is the one who's not going to be bowling to Pete Salmon. And for those who saw the first innings, you'll know what I'm talking about. Won't say more than that.
3 little birds right on Pete Salmon's doorstep. Probably not singing sweet songs. The melody might be very pure and true.
Pete is a capable batsman in his own right. He used to be an opening batsman in high school at Innswood.
Interesting.
So he's not a makeshift by any means. As he grew older, his bowling would have taken precedence, but he genuinely can bat. No two ways about that.
Almost looked like he's winding up for something appeal for maybe a caught behind. I know it was an LBW. Roston Chase himself indicates that it was probably going down leg. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Yeah. Heading past leg. Roston Chase didn't appeal. We suspect that there may have just been a little verbals between these two, the batsman and the bowler. And there may just be something to prove between them coming from the first innings.
Pete Salmon avoids the double duck and gets off the mark with a nice push into the cover for a single at the end of the over and pinches the strike. At the end of the over, it's 160 for 6. Still trailed by a massive 137. Second, third, fourth, and fifth look at this wicket of Brandon King, top scorer for Jamaica with 63. And it's a big wicket that Jamal Warrican took.
First thing is the drift. That is it. If you show that again, he delivered this from wide. He's confident. Umpire. Well, this is. Look how wide he is. So he delivered that so wide, and by the time it pitched, it was on the stumps. And I think that was a fair enough decision.
Wow. Goes to the big hoik. He gets this one. Does Pete Salmon? Does it go over mid-wicket? How far does it go? We wait for the signal from the umpire. And it is a towering 6 over Kingston Cricket Club.
Yeah, so I was saying this Pete Salmon can bat. And he would like nothing more than some runs here to quell the verbals that are going around him. There's a 6. Down on one knee.
And our good cameraman Sachin Mohammed has to do the fielding. There he goes, hopping into the gantry.
Way up on the Kingston stand.
Put a foot on, step some gas on it, Sachin. Walking sedately. And the whole team is looking at him, telling him where the ball is. There you go, as he found it. Oh no, he has to come down the stairs now. Well, well, well. Sachin Mohammed, there we are, live view, live stream of it. Still looking for delivery. I think he's seen it now. Oh, he has to come down into the... well, Sachin had to walk down into the balcony when there were people on the on that level who could have gotten the ball.
Well, he's a cameraman and a reserve fielder, you could say.
Yeah, yeah. The special number 12 for Barbados. And the ball is eventually sent back to Chris Taylor for inspection. Jamal Warrican doing some adjustments in his field now. He's sending out the mid-wicket. And he's sending out long on as well. It was a clean shot by Salmon, you have to say.
Well, he's saying, well, if we're going to go down, we are going down on our swords. We're not going out bimpy. Shots will be played.
Like a box on the ropes, you come out swinging. What does he do again? He swings again. Goes high again. Will Sachin have to field again? No, this one stays inside the ground. And it just goes in front of square on the leg side for 4.
Yeah, so Pete Salmon is just opening his range. I think the Jamaican Scorpions are saying, we are going to lose this game, but let's have some fun. And if it comes off, if it's our day, then great. But no point in pushing and prodding. Take the fight to the Bajan bowlers. I like the approach.
Plays this one through the cover region. That's a lovely shot off the back foot. Probably won't get to the ropes. He'd come back for an easy 2.
Yeah, this...
And exciting over thus far, thanks to Pete Salmon. Like a shark amongst the little Bajan fishes.
Yeah, that one more culture. The first 2 were, you could say, typical swash across the line. That one was punched off the back foot nicely.
Gets a thick outside edge on this one, and it will go just past the slip region. It'll come back for another 2. No holds barred here from Pete Salmon.
Yeah, more like a culture. That was more a swipe. That was more a hike over cow corner. Wasn't near it, just saw it pitched up and swung with a spin. Lucky not to have got it higher on the bat and in the air. Wasn't in control.
Certainly straight out of a Farming 101 magazine. Almost deceived by that one. Interested in a single nevertheless. Jamal Warrican probably is intrigued by this battle. I think all spinners like it. They don't mind being beaten a little bit because they always feel like there's a chance. At least with a tail ender. I can't see maybe with an opening batter. There's that final delivery of the overs played with enough respect by Salmon. 53 overs bowled, 174 for 6. Both Salmon is moving on to 15. He's outscoring RBJ Mansingh now, who is on 13.
Still trailing by 123. Maybe realistically all Jamaica is hoping for at this point, I'm not saying it can't change, but maybe the thing uppermost in their minds, they don't want to go through the embarrassment of being beaten by an innings. You want at least Barbados to bat again.
Do you think it's possible?
Possible, but not likely.
The good old Euclidean Higgins. A little column A, a little column B, never a straight answer.
Well, of course it's possible. It's possible for these both to go on and score double hundreds.
It's the same thing when I asked him for a loan earlier. He said it's possible, but not likely. Just a little money to buy a beastly cold Pepsi. But no, Euclid Higgins said no. Possible, but not likely. I do like it though, it's a very polite answer. So when Mrs. Higgins comes to you and says, "Dear, would you like to go shopping with me?" Possible, but not likely.
I know exactly what her retort would be if I say that.
Get your censored,
No,
so and so in the censored car.
No, she would then say other things are possible, but not likely.
Oh, oh my. A very pleasant good afternoon and quiet afternoon to you, Mrs. Higgins. I hope you're well. Are you a grandfather yet, Mr. Higgins?
No.
Not yet?
Have 2 teenage boys doing it, but they're not quite ready for that. I hope.
No.
That's the hope. A 15 and a 17-year-old.
I certainly hope I don't give you the commentator's curse now and Orville Higgins goes
and then
home
something
and
happens.
Find out here he has a grandchild. Andrew's not a bad name. I'm just saying. Just putting it out there.
I hear you.
And if not Andrea, works well.
I think Pete Salmon is demonstrating that he's not just going to go helter-skelter for shots. He's defending the ones that he thinks are respectable. 122, still in arrears. Beaten by an innings always has a certain weight. You don't want the other team to say, what I got in one innings, you bat twice and you couldn't get there. It's almost like being beaten 6-love in football. 5-love is not great, but you'll take that. You don't want to get beaten 6-0. It carries a different connotation altogether.
Yeah, indeed. Josh Bishop coming back in. This is interesting. Maybe they think he'll fear better in the battle against Salmon. Could it be a good time to bring in Jediah Blades as well? Maybe he can a quick run here, the throw comes in. Johan Lane is off balance, does really well, or else Mansingh would have been in. But quick single nevertheless. Pete Salmon now will get a chance to face up against Bishop. And will the field go back? It certainly does indeed. Long off and long on are going back, as well as Shamar Springer trotting to the Kingston Cricket Club on the western end of the ground. Salmon is beaten by a wonderful delivery there from Bishop.
Yeah, not reaching out, maybe not realizing he was beaten for flight. Maybe thought it would be a lot shorter. So beaten in the flight. Will we see those whacks over mid-wicket? They've put a man now at Well, that man at backward short leg is now in his eye line. Will we see the sweep?
Just about 10 minutes before the first water break, indicating the end of the first hour of the second session. Day 3 on the championship. Goes for the big shot. Does he get it all the way? He certainly does indeed. That goes over the head of long on for a good 6. A really good 6 extension of the arms from Pete Salmon.
It wasn't the sweep, but it was the blinding slap down over wide long on. It was fairly pitched up. So there's the level of risk was not there because he could reach. He's a tall man. Gave that the full blow.
Almost getting that one through the cover region. He adjusted really, really well the Salmon. 182 for 655 overs have been bowled. Pete Salmon moves on to a runner ball 21. Just about a runner ball 21.
You'd have to say that this is the pair that the Scorpions will feel get pretty close to 115. I mean, they still have to hope, as unlikely as it is. They still would have to tell themselves that miracles could still occur. They still have to tell themselves that the lower order batting here can pull off the equivalent to turning water into wine or something.
Well, these two came together with a score on 163, and since then it's been a good bit of entertainment as provided by Pete Salmon. If they do make Barbados bat again, I think that would be quite an accomplishment. It would also mean that they get first innings points, of course, which might be valuable come the end of the day. But if Barbados still get through with the win, well, I mean, it's all inconsequential at the end of the day.
Yeah, turned nicely off the legs there by Mansing.
It almost seems as if Mansing has set himself up for the long game and he's going to bat around the other players.
Yeah, he's not going to give his hand away. He likes to bat time, bat long. Pete Salmon is more likely to play a few shots.
Yeah, the question is how long can they sustain the hitting? After this comes, of course, that man, Dean Smith. Goes to the big shot again, and he's missed. Is that a missed stumping opportunity? No, I think it was off a short leg, and Salmon just got his feet back in time. Kalma is still asking the question of the umpire at short leg.
Yeah, head was in the air when he was going for that shot. You need to stay down until the moment of contact, but he was looking where he intended to hit it and not looking at the ball. Look, the head is now down in the defensive shot.
End of the over, 56 overs have been bowled, 183 for 6.
When he was aiming for the stands, the head was lifted and not focused on the ball. Weeper in the house.
Representative of the West Indies Players Association, making sure all is above board in terms of that. So your son's interested in the game at any level?
No, well, I have two sons. One that lives in the States. He fancies himself as a basketballer, or used to fancy himself as a basketballer. As he's gotten older, he realizes not quite there, in the same way that I found out rudely that I wasn't as good as I thought in cricket.
That's a nice square drive. How close will that get to ropes? It doesn't, but Mansing will hustle back for 2.
Yeah, my other son in Jamaica used to think he's a footballer, has virtually given up that. So none of my two sons will end up being a professional sportsman, to my eternal regret.
I mean, I think, I mean, we would have all regrets. I mean, Keisha for himself would tell you that he was quite a talented cricketer, but decided to go after the books instead, and went into the legal profession.
Yeah, he was struck outside off stump playing a shot. That was never going to be out.
Yeah. So I mean, it's one of these things that you still end up admiring about sportsmen, that at the end of the day they've achieved their dream. It might not be the level of the dream that you want. Like for example, I'll give you an example. One of my greatest joys is that I'm a published writer, in the sense that what I've said on radio, what I've written on television has come out, and I do have published articles in the press. So I am a published writer, but am I the published writer in terms of the level that I want to be as a novelist and everything like that? No. But you're still achieving this level. So even if you get to Jamaica and you're actually making money and making a living out of sports, you have every respect for these players. Because I always think about the sacrifices that these players have to make as well, especially as it comes to, well, I mean all sportsmen, but in particular Liverpool, who I'm a big fan of. And you think about these fellas, they're 23, 24 years old. This one is punched on the ground. There is a fielder there, so it'll just be a single. You think about these fellas who are 23, 24, and they have to train, and they have to sleep, and they have to do this, and then at 23, 24, what were you doing? You were running around, you were partying, you were drinking, you were probably doing other things that you should not have been doing. And so you think about the sacrifices that these guys make. Yes, they have really nice vacations, and they can go to places and they can see the world and they can buy nice things, but can they really? They can't be as free as they would want. They still have to be in their mind, okay, yes, I can have a steak for dinner, but I can't have potatoes. Well, I would just go ahead and have my steak and fries and onion rings and a slice of cheesecake and everything. They would be like, I have to have my steak and veg or something like that, So they'd still have to strike that sort of balance. Oh, we'll just live in regret.
Pete Salmon is looking ridiculously easy. He's looking a lot more accomplished than some of the batsmen that would have batted before him. He's already peppered the boundary a few times, but for the ones he's defending, he looks very assured. Look at that.
Lofts that one nicely wide of long on. How far is that gone? That's gone into the stands for 6. So all of a sudden the Barbadians are looking a little bit demoralized here by this partnership. They've actually put on just about 13 now. So 163 for 6 to 190 for 6, and they trail by just 104 now, Jamaica.
Pete Salmon is really, really looking good, folks. He's taking apart the bad deliveries with conviction, and the good deliveries, he's rock solid, like that. Now, he will say, I always can do this, but being able to do it and being able to do it at this pressure is another thing, as some of his teammates have found out. But he's looking ominous.
Almost bunted that one back up to the bowler. Roston Chase does well to do the feeling of himself. And they're having a little bit of words there, Roston Chase and the fielder. Probably saying, why did I have to come across to this one? You could have fielded that one. And there he is gesticulating again. So, not happy campers at the moment, the Bajans. Kevin Wickham is still making the point.
Yeah, dead easy. And he has a curious way. Look, I don't think I've seen too many batsmen like that. He almost has two stances. He stands with the pads close together, but as the bowler is about to deliver, both feet gets apart. Look at that. I don't know. I don't know how you coach that, or it's just something that you would have picked up over time.
Passes through everyone. Salmon didn't offer a shot. Is there any signal from the umpire? And that will be the end of the over. 58 overs have been bowled, 193 for 6. It's a drinks break. The uphill battle for the Jamaicans is looking slightly less uphill as they only trail by 104. Pete Salmon looking ominous, as my good friend Orville Higgins would suggest. Joshua Bishop to continue. He will be bowling to the more sedate but looking stable Avi Mansing. A very good afternoon to you again, Mr. Higgins, and good afternoon to all the viewers taking in this stream.
Okay, yeah, nice pleasant drive, and the two batsmen at the crease now would want to feel that they could take this up to tea at the very least. If they are still there, another 60 runs, 50 runs maybe on the board. And then they'll feel they have a good chance. Pete Salmon will feel he missed out there. He was on the back foot for ages, had that range to beat the fielder at cover. Wow. Wasn't ready.
Stepping away from that one, there was something that distracted him. Goes to the big shot. It's in the air. Will Lane come around from long on? And oh my goodness, I think he takes it. That was a stunning catch by Lane. It almost got over his head. The poor fellow is prostrate on the floor, but he will be delighted that he's taken that catch. It was a difficult one, and I hope he hasn't done himself an injury, the poor fast bowler. 7 wickets fall, 194 for 7. The end of a wonderful knock from Pete Salmon.
Yeah, he came on as a substitute. We'll work out who came off in a little bit, but this was a stunning catch, as you said. Running back over your shoulder is never the easiest way to take a catch. After Pete Salmon was trying to slug sweep over wide long on. He's happy with himself. He's proud of himself, and he should be. That was some catch. His team not overly celebrating as I think they should be, but almost walking to say, well done, young man. This was the dismissal. Slug sweep. Took the top edge. Pete knew at this point he's in trouble. Look at this for a catch.
And then all Johan Lane needs is a pillow there. That long one. Absolutely brilliant catch from him to dismiss Salmon. He almost seemed to get himself in a bit of a tangle here as the juggernaut Odin Smith walks out. the vestige maybe of a Jamaican fight back.
Yeah, this was a slug sweep. He done this twice into the Kingston Club area. This time got the top edge. Joshua Bishop was saying, "Who's there to take it?" Lane says, "I am." Maybe
I think he took it one-handed. My goodness, he had his two hands back, but it just sort of fell into one hand. Very proud of himself, Johan Lane. Looked a bit awkward, but shows his versatility in the field for sure, because that was a difficult one.
Now 7 wickets down, and Dean Smith walks to the crease. Only one thing will happen now.
Did he go for ball one?
Carnage or attempted carnage. But Odin Smith is not going to, he doesn't do it under normal circumstances. And with the match apparently hopeless from a Scorpion's point of view, he lives for a moment like this when he has the license to just bash the ball. Well, he plays that orthodox enough.
That's a nice punch, well fielded there, and that short extra cover region, that short mid-off region by Kyle Mayers. Excellent move from Dapper getting down. End of the over, wicket taking over, 59 overs have been bowled, 194 for the loss of 7 wickets, 3 magical deliveries needed by the Bajans.
Well, at the rate,
a whole lot of luck and a whole lot of batting needed by the Jamaicans.
At this rate, these 3 deliveries don't even have to be magical because the Jamaicans are going for it. And it may take some magical catches.
A sprinkle of magic, maybe.
Will Mansingh change his approach is the question. A little 50 not out wouldn't go awry. The season has been indifferent, to say the very least. To end with a little half century to your name would be one way of just ensuring that the selectors remember the talent you have.
And of course, because of the constraints faced by Cricket West Indies, if I don't want to say when, but the Fat Lady isn't singing, but she's certainly warming up off stage. But it will be unfortunate that Jamaica's entire first-class season will consist of 3 games, and that's the problem with this format that the West Indies have, the Cricket West Indies have, due to financial constraints and otherwise. But I feel like it should have been at least 2 bilateral series. So you have 1 game against one, so that will be your home series. And Johan Lane is still excited about that catch. Look at him, he's hugging himself as well. Nice drive, just widen him off and they'll get a single. But I really feel like it should have been 2 bilateral series. So the Jamaicans had 1 at home and then they would have had 1 away. And that would have made a more fair contest. So after the end of this one, you'd see where you are. Maybe Barbados would be has leapt up to 3rd or 2nd or something like that. And then you take stock of where it is. Because of course in the whole arrangement of this is that first played 6th, second played 5th, etc., which is why and then of course Barbados and Jamaica smack in the middle playing 3rd and 4th. It could have been an opportunity for the top two teams to go head to head. The first could have played second in a game in a bilateral series, 195 for 7, 60 over 7 ball.
More cricket, the better. So, gone are the days when we used to have home and away games. But I don't think anybody will deny that the more cricket is always the better. But lack of funds is lack of funds.
I admire what Cricket West Indies is doing in terms of trying to make sure that there is a series and that something does happen. But it is unfortunate that for some of these teams that their entire first class series consists of 3 games. And of course then it would be up to the various associations to make sure that these players get more games and more game time. Maybe even if it's internal games, the Prime Minister's 11 versus President's 11, etc. That's a thick outside edge, and that will run very close to the ropes. At the third man round, the fielder has a lot of ground to cover there. And Warwick, I think it is, does well. But they still come back for an easy 3, so Odin Smith will get a chance to square up against Joshua Bishop. And the Jamaicans, in a bit of a moral victory, they trail by just 99 as they actually close in on 200. So they can be proud of that they did better than they did in their first innings. Smacked by Odin Smith straight on the ground, past the fielder, Johan Lane dives, but that was flat batted for 4.
Yeah, Odin Smith, well, can he be anything else? This was hit with some power, you know. Yeah.
And that's 200 up for the Jamaicans as well, 202 for 7. And interestingly enough, after playing that shot, it seems like Odin Smith requires some treatment. The umpires seem interested in what's going on as well. Struck maybe on his finger. Yeah, in the second game he had actually injured his finger quite badly. There was quite a bit of blood and it was bandaged up quite tightly. So it might be a reoccurrence of that injury. The webbing just opened up. Bajans will use the opportunity to take a drink. Lenico Boucher looks quite comfortable sitting down cross-legged. Joshua Bishop will continue to Odin Smith. Odin Smith goes high, he goes hard. That is over our commentary position. Has it stayed in the stadium? I don't know if it has. A towering 6 by Odin Smith. No prisoners taken.
Yeah, Odin Smith is going to provide some last-minute entertainment here. Last minute, if you're a Barbados pride, you hope that, yeah, he gets a few sixes and then gets himself out. This is not really a half volley by any means. He got his foot down and then belts it down the ground for a huge hit. So we'll see a few more of that. Now, whether it lasts is the question. But Odin Smith will not allow us to die wondering what his approach will be.
I think there might be a replacement ball coming here. The replacement ball is okayed by all parties concerned. See what Odin Smith does now. Turns it nicely into the leg side for a single, and he always has a smile on his face, Odin Smith, as he does on this occasion.
When Odin Smith pinches a single, it's almost anticlimactic with that massive wind-up and bristling with hostility in his intent. Then, almost regretfully, he gets a single.
End of the over, 209 for 7. Just approaching 2 o'clock in Jamaica. Another 40 minutes before the session comes to an end. Will the Jamaicans survive the session? Will the Bajans bat again? All these questions are yet to be answered. Fine delivery down the leg side, and that will run away close to the ropes for 4. It is indeed what is the signal from the umpire. It is leg buys. So delivery down the leg side here. The Bajans may be starting to look a little bit ragged after Pete Salmon took them for a bit. And now that man, Odin Smith. Dangerous to bowl to him in this sort of situation. He's already looked to be in a belligerent mood. Goes big again. He gets it square. It will run into the ropes by the Kingston Cricket Club. Didn't get enough connection on that. I think the bat might have twisted in his arms But he gets it over square, gets enough power on it. I think that he would have liked to go straight on this one.
He did open the face at the last minute, but probably not intending for it to go as square as that. But I just like the entertainment. As the die is being cast, so the fat lady is maybe just doing some warm-ups. But Odin Smith, you never know, could get a decent little score and get the Scorpions close to that 80 that they need for the Bajans to bat again, but he'll continue to entertain.
Around the wicket now, a bit negative here from, over the wicket I should say, from Roston Chase. Mansingh is back. Proceedings should be a little bit calmer now.
Yeah, Mansingh should be eyeing a 50, should be saying, I want to end the season, if this is the end, with a nice little 55 knots or so to my name. There's still something to play for, your individual stats, your individual pride, even in the face of what will be a massive Barbados victory if it does come. You still have your own individual goals.
End of the over. 62 overs have been bowled. 218 for 7 is on the board. The Jamaica Scorpions still trail by 79. It looks like the Bajans are going to try with a pace. Jediah Blades is coming back into the attack. 4 overs, 1 for 24. After amassing 439 in their solitary innings so far, the Bajans were able to dismiss the Jamaicans for 142. Roston Chase with a 5-wicket haul. Joshua Bishop with 4 as well. And then following on now, the Jamaicans are 218 for 7. Jediah Blades coming from the northern end, and he's bowling to Odin Smith.
Yeah, that was a swish. Too wide to get any contact on that.
What would be your plans for a batter like Odin Smith or Will Higgins?
Don't pitch up unless it's right up in the block hole. If you have pace, as Jediah Blade can generate a few, back of a length and the occasional bumper. Don't bowl length. If you're going up, it has to be right up or back of a length. Yeah, that. You keep him more likely to keep him quite there, but he played well. Ball stayed low.
Really well played by Odin Smith, you have to say. Brought it down like an axe there, sort of cut down that ball backward of square on the offside for 4.
Yeah, that was well played. Kind of carved it square. But he makes run scoring look so easy when others are struggling. He will give you 30s and 40s almost at will. Now he's 16 with really doesn't look as if he's trying to do anything different.
He's already up to 20.
Well, 20 now, right. And part of the reason why he scores so quickly is that by the time he comes, the field disappears. So there's already a cover, a long off, well, no, a cover deep, a long on deep, backward square deep. And as a result of that, there's usually some spaces in and around the infield, and he's good enough to capitalize on them. So by reputation, he makes it easier for himself, even before he's faced a ball, by getting fielders in deep positions.
Goes again. Does he get a good piece of this? He does indeed. How far does it go? 4 runs.
There we go. Now I'm sure they'll get the long off back, because the man at long off, the man deep on the offside was at mid off. I think that is Warwican. He will now have to go back to long off for sure. This was on a length, hit through the line, those massive shoulders coming into play, and just like that, another 4. When others are struggling to get the scoring going, Odean Smith does it ridiculously easy. If he had the temperament to just bide his time a little bit, he would get lots of runs in regional cricket, because he's a naturally quick scorer and does have enough shots and enough power to clear most boundaries and destroy most bowlers. 28 now from not too many balls.
Goes to the big shot again, gets this over mid-wicket. There's a go all the way. It does indeed. That's a mighty 6 from the mighty Odean Smith.
I wonder if there could be a case, and it's just a case. Here's a short and muscled over mid-wicket. I wonder if there's a case, and Jamaica in all likelihood will lose here. And therefore, you know, Odean Smith may not have any more first-class games. But let's say you put Odean Smith at 4, 5 even, and say you don't have to swipe thinking that you'll run out of partners. You can play properly, quote-unquote, by your standards. Would this guy go on to make, you know, big 80s or 100? Because he makes bowling look easy to bat. Well, that is a little airy-fairy, but he'll get
change
at
of
least
angles for Blades, and he gets that through the extra cover region. And the ball comes around. They're coming back for the 3rd. The throw comes in. Is Odean Smith safe? He is indeed. End of the over. As usual, it's exciting when Odean Smith is on strike. 235 for 7. 63 overs bowled. They trail by 62.
So I'll put that question to you, Andrew. Let's say the Scorpions had another game. Would you stock Odean Smith at number 9? Or will you have to make him bat earlier rather than always feel like he has to go hell for leather because he doesn't have enough partners? What if you bat him, say, number 6, number 5, and say play a little bit more conservatively and try to make 100? Does he have the temperament to play that, or can he only be effective when he plays like this?
It all depends on the state of the game. I would say he could bat higher than Romain Morris. Romain Morris currently comes in at number 6. So then Romain Morris drops to number 7, and that would give Romain Morris more responsibility in terms of I have to manipulate the strike, or I have to manipulate the strike and protect the tail ender. And then, of course, you see that RBJ Manting is more than capable of that. Pete Salmon showed some of his hitting abilities as well.
Anyway, that's all for maybe next year, because this year it could be all over.
I certainly think that even if he doesn't bat higher than Romain Morris, he should bat higher than Pete Salmon and RBJ Manting. Because if you look at this, RBJ Manting has faced 53 deliveries with 24 runs. Goes again, there's Odean Smith. Does he get it over wide long on? Of course he does. Why am I even asking? It's another big 6.
Are we wasting this guy at number 9? That's really the question. Because we think of him as this happy-go-lucky striker. But I think he's better than that. I actually think technically he's far better than just somebody who swings for the hills.
But that's what I'm saying. So at this point, Odean Smith has 39 of 20 deliveries. RBJ Manting, who came in at number 7, is 24 of 53. Odean Smith could have had another further 30 deliveries, and the Jamaicans would have still been, they probably would have surpassed that trail by now.
That is what I'm talking about. That's proper defensive shot. And I don't know, maybe. It's a question. Is he batting too late?
It all depends on the state of the game. If you need a stabilizer, might as well send in Mansfield or Pete Salmon or whoever. If you're at the point where you just want to tighten the noose around the opponent's neck, then he's sending Odin Smith to hammer the nail home.
Okay, but I'm going to ask you this. Let's say Jamaica has a next game. Let's say by some miracle, we set Barbados 150, bowl them out tomorrow afternoon for 123. Jamaica wins the game. Their next game, first innings, what number do you pencil Odin Smith?
It has to depend on the state of the game.
So at the start,
he goes high again. Does he get a catch on this one? Oh my goodness, it's spilled by Shamar Springer. Well, it was flat to long off. That could have been the end of Odin Smith, but he survives. And at the end of the over, Odin Smith will pinch a strike, and he will move up to 40 with that shot. Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, this is muscling. Didn't hit the middle, and Shamar Springer didn't make a meal of it. So you're saying that where he bats would depend on the state of the game. So let's say John Campbell and Kurt McKenzie puts on another double hundred partnership in this mythical game, which won't come. Where do you now bat him? Jamaica now 250 for 2.
What time of the game? Is it the last session?
An hour, an hour into the final session.
An hour into the final session.
Jamaica 250 for 2. Opposition wilting.
I think that might be a good time to bring on Odin Smith, just drive it home.
Right, but if
he can take you to 350 by the end of the day, or if he gets out and he only makes a little 30 or 40, then you still get the value of Odin Smith. This one is high in the air, and it's over mid-wicket again. Is it for 6 again? It certainly is, yet again.
Yeah, this is what I'm telling you. But you're saying if at 250 for 2 against a wilting, tiring attack, he's the guy to send at 4 or 5. But at 60 for 3, you want Mansey.
You want stability. You want to get to the point where you could, okay, let's start your attack.
How about somebody like yesterday when the spinners were having all Jamaican batsmen tied to the crease, timid to play a shot, to say to Odin Smith, let's try counter-attacking. The partnership is
a rapid partnership
54.
Between these two, yeah, 54.
And he's gone 40.
And look at the contribution of Abhijit Mansingh, 4. Just 4.
4. That's my point. I believe that somebody should whisper into Odin Smith's ears that you're a far better batsman than you come across. His essentials are sound. He gets close to the ball. He uses his feet. He hits in sometimes funny areas. Does have his weaknesses against the short, quick fast ball, but there's no real pace here. And he can hit the spinners miles. Wayne Lewis and Brad Barnes, his father there, 2 of the selectors. Maybe Odin Smith is being wasted at 9. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
Yeah. One suggestion is that maybe he only plays this way because he has nothing to lose.
I don't think that.
But all right, going into this mythical 4th game, if somebody should say to you, whichever number he bats, Odin Smith, Mansingh, Odin Smith, Pete Salmon, who will get more runs in the game?
Odin Smith.
Who would you say?
Odin Smith is. Keshav says that Odin Smith is playing this way because there's nothing to lose. Odin Smith is going to play this way either way.
There you go.
Isn't that what we're basing it on? We're basing it on the fact that Odin Smith is going to come out and be the juggernaut. He's going to be the destroyer. He's going to run through that brick wall, whatever the brick wall is. If the brick wall is just a tarpaulin wall, or if it's a solid concrete, steel reinforced wall.
Well, it's all conjecture. It's all just thought-provoking. Nothing that I'm saying or Andrew is saying is written in any stone. It's not in Genesis anywhere or Leviticus.
It's as we've discussed, right? He's an all-rounder. He's supposed to be a game changer with bat or ball. We know for sure that he is a game changer with bat. Maybe the placid nature of the pitches doesn't mean that he will take as many wickets. But he still took important wickets in the Barbados first inning. And his figures took a hitting because, of course, he's a little bit erratic, and you get as you see, a mixed bag with him. But Odin Smith is the sort of player Odin Smith is the sort of player that you want to have in your team, that wherever you kind of put him, I mean, it's either going to take off or it's going to fail. There's no sort of in between. You know, so even if you said, let's say Jamaica were chasing runs on the last day and they needed a quick knock, but you put Odin Smith to open, maybe you can. Maybe he and Mackenzie would do a better job than John Campbell, or at least you bring him in as a pinch hitter, and when he's out, you still have John Campbell in the hutch.
Now, I'm not saying I know what the answer is, but I know that it's a good question. Is this guy batting a little too late? Whenever he comes in, he makes, whatever his method is, he does score runs, and he's a threat to the opposing team. And you get the feeling that he always feels that he has to go 100 miles an hour because he's not convinced that partners will stay. He'll be aggressive no matter what, don't mind you. But if he was doing this now, so now he's on 47, he's thinking to score 60 or 70 because he feel opponents may, especially if Mansingh gets out. Now if Mansingh stays, he knows that he can get 100. Mansingh, you feel, won't give his wicket away. Well, having said that, he was desperately trying to do that.
You see exactly what Odin has done. When Odin came in, the Jamaicans were about 104 runs behind in a couple of deliveries. And look, he's jumped up to second highest score in the game in just 29 deliveries.
There you go.
The Jamaicans are only trailed by 48, which nobody would have thought was possible yesterday morning or even earlier yesterday evening or early this morning. So that's the difference. He is that game changer. But the problem is that his style of play is not necessarily sustainable.
True.
He can't maintain it for a session, for 2 sessions, for 3 sessions if the Jamaicans need him to. Coming up to just about 18 minutes before the tea break here in Jamaica. Goes again. Did he get that through mid wicket? No, it just gets it to the ropes. And there's just a single.
I'm looking at Odin Smith's first class average. Now, I don't know when this was updated. He averages 30. By West Indian standards, and this is after 14 games, I think, I'm not sure when this would be updated or how modern. 30 runs in first class cricket. That's his batting average. Now there may be some not outs in there. You've always got to bear that in mind.
Any hundreds or 50s?
No hundreds, 150.
But that just sort of proves that his hitting is not sustainable if he doesn't have 100. To sustain it for the length of time to get to 100.
I'm going to look at some of the others who are batting ahead of him, and their first-class batting record, just to see if there is a case to be made.
Goes for the sweep, gets it fine. Does he get a tickle on it? The signal from the umpire is off the bat indeed. It's Collins Bryan.
That's his 50.
And that's 50 as well. A fighting 50 from Odin Smith.
No, I'm seeing Pete Salmon. I'm sure he would have played more than 12 first-class games. So the site I'm on, people, if I'm wrong, I'm quoting a site. Pete Salmon, 12 matches, batting average of 20.3. 10 runs less than what Odin Smith averages. I'm saying if it's the wrong site, I'm sure somebody will point that out. I'm going to look for Romain Morris.
The other consideration of Smith batting so low is, of course, to give him more rest, because as a pace bowler, well, as spin bowlers, Salmon and Mansing won't expound as much energy as Smith.
Yeah, yeah.
So that might be the other consideration as well, just to give him that little bit of extra rest. But I certainly think if he's fit and firing.
So now I'm looking at Romain Morris. 14 matches, an average of 19. Am I making the case? Ish.
And if the over 66 overs have been bowled, 256 for 7. It's a good argument. It's a question in terms of why is he coming in so low.
That's all I want. All I want for those listening to say, So we have seen he averages 30. Pete Salmon averages 20. Who was the other one?
Because I mean, the captain has free discretion to change his batting lineup. So Odin Smith could be scheduled at 9, but then you move him around as you have to, as I mentioned.
Yeah, Abhijay Mansingh with an average of 27.5. So there's at least 3 people batting ahead of him that he averages more than. That makes a case in and of itself. However, whatever his methods are.
Into mid-wicket again, and where does it go? Well, it's gone for 6 again. Easy as you like from Odin Smith. He continues to ramp on here, 59.
He's probably hearing about what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe my stats are wrong. So somebody send me the stats of the middle order and Odin Smith, because my site.
But okay.
So somebody. I'm not going to do it.
Okay, let's go back
probably
a little bit. When Odin Smith first broke into the Jamaican team.
Probably the site I'm looking at is outdated. So somebody send them to me. Yeah.
Right. So when he first broke into the Jamaican team, what did he come in as? Did he come in as a bowler, or did he come in as a batter? Or did he come in as the all-rounder?
I think came into the first-class cricket as a bowler who can bat.
Right.
So we'll show you something. Oh, no. So originally, Warwican, maybe hoping for divine intervention, had switched around the bails. Odin Smith, wanting probably to break that spell, had switched them back.
Yeah, at the moment he's running the show.
Oh, somebody is saying that Smith doesn't average 30. He's closer to averaging 20. So, like I said, maybe my site was outdated, or maybe I'm not sure how they should be used. That's a steered out towards backward point. Still doesn't change the point though. In this team, is he batting too low?
Do you agree with Craig Bradford bringing back Jediah Blades, because his figures were very good? It was 4 overs, 1 for 24, and then after a pasting by Smith in the last over.
It can't hurt. It can't hurt. He's had his moments where he's bowled well. They're trailing now by 34. Now, some of the batsmen who were playing a little bit too aggressive, maybe looking at this, Let's see. Jamaica 263 for 7, trailing by 34. Let's say they were 263 for 4. They could feel that they have an outside chance. Knock this 34 off, get a 100 lead by stumps, and maybe another 50 by first session tomorrow, and you had a chance. As it is now, it's still looking, maybe Barbados bat again, maybe not. But Barbados clearly in the driver's seat. Single.
Good single. Jediah Blades needs to bowl more Yorkers at Odin Smith. He's only bowling at him short deliveries and then wide of the off stump as well. He needs to get those Yorkers in. He needs to get those maybe a slow ball coming into play as well. But he insists on bowling short, and every time he bowls short, Odin Smith just deals with it. A full delivery, and this one is whacked over mid-wicket as well. It's gone for 6 again. A loose ball from Jediah Blades and put away by the destructive Odin Smith. At the end of the over, it's 270 for 7. I think he actually carved that over the extra cover region. Flat-batted baseball style.
He's now looking more and more dangerous. More and more dangerous. And even though they are supposed to be winning the game at this moment, there are some drooping shoulders on the part of the Barbadians. In a game that they should still win comfortably. The Scorpions still trailing by 27. A wicket goes now, and we're talking about the two fast bowlers, Minley and Kari Campbell. They can hold up an end, but they are not going to hurt the opposition. Is that the top score?
Yeah. Shamar Springer coming back into the attack now. Abhijay Bansing doing a very, very good stability job here. 26 of 60 deliveries. Been a fighting knock from him. That's punch off the front foot, square into the Kingston Cricket Club. That's a delightful shot from Abhijay Mansingh.
Yeah, lovely. Blossoming out. And like I said, he should be thinking of at least a 50. Lovely shot. Hit on the up. Square on the offside. Maybe the best shot he's played so far. Timing great. Picked it up early. Stayed down and low while he was going through with that shot. A lot about that to be fully appreciative of. I'm taking a look at, as you do sometimes, at for the first time I'm really checking out some YouTube coverage. Some poster is suggesting that I'm raving about Odin Smith. It's amazing how people can misunderstand what you're talking about. Now, to the guy that said that, or to the lady that said that, I'm not raving about Odin Smith. I'm saying in this batting lineup, is batting number 9 a bit too low for him? I'm not suggesting that he's the next Viv Richards. Is he more useful to the team batting a little higher up? Maybe 7, maybe 6. Now, how is that raving?
Well, we have discussed Odin Smith at length because he's a sort of conundrum within the Jamaican team. Is he a batter? Is he a bowler? And an all-rounder?
Yeah. Nobody's saying that this guy's the next Viv Richards or he's the legend in the making. I'm saying on a Jamaican side, that is very samey in the way how they approach things. Not prepared to counter-attack. For example, yesterday when the spinners were just keeping the Jamaican batsmen glued to their crease, Odin Smith came and it looked a different game.
I wouldn't say you've been raving about Odin Smith, but certainly his performance in this match, and especially in this innings, is something to rave about, because he's actually the top scorer for the Jamaicans at this point. He's bypassed Brandon King. So,
well, even then, but I'm saying he has done enough of what he's doing now, just coming in at number 9 and looking more likely to score than some of the people in the top of the order. Now, if somebody thinks that you're raving, as a good commentator, you raise relevant topics. And one of the topics you must raise, just like we did about Warwican, is Warwican gone behind in the pecking order to Bishop? It's a good question. But that is why you have YouTube people who actually commented, and then you have people who, I suppose their duty is to post.
End of the over, 276 for 7, 68 overs have been bowled. Maybe you should do what that one actor did to that presenter at the Oscars. It's not his wife's name, but keep Odin Smith's name out of your mouth.
Will Smith and...
I didn't call any names. How dare you, Sir Orville Higgins? I tried to be all politically correct. Why are you dragging me down in the mire with me, sir? I did not call any names.
Okay. But we all knew who did that. But having said all that, Abijay Mansing is 31. Odin Smith is 67. We haven't had 100 outside of the openers, have we? Outside of John and Kirk, we haven't had a Jamaican century. Odin Smith may be saying, okay, outside of the 2 opening batsmen, maybe I could get me 100 here. And then that will make my raving of him and whether he's batting
complete,
too low.
Yeah. That person will have to buy you strobe lights for the rave. And hire a DJ.
If my number 9 can get me 100 when none of the middle order could get me 1, then of course the question will come, is he batting too late?
Field spread far and wide for Odin Smith, but there's still a slip and extra cover in place as Joshua Bishop is back into the attack. Abijay Mansing coming up to have a word with him. Probably, I don't think he'll be giving him any advice. He's just probably telling him, hey, let's remember there's buns and cheese coming up in about 6 minutes time or so. No, actually, I lie.
Less than that.
About 2 minutes time, yeah.
So this should be the last over before
very
tea.
well could be. Oh, beaten by that one.
What a delivery that
Flighted delivery, well bowled by Joshua Bishop.
Round the wicket, pitching, leaving the probing defensive bat. Yeah, so with that, it tells you that if he puts his mind to it, he can actually bat. Doesn't have to be swiping. Look at that.
I certainly
Well
think this game and this series it really has been a good advertisement for the 4-day game, because it really is like a soap opera, this game. I mean, Barbados had it all and then demoralized Jamaica, and here's Jamaica with a little fight back that can really raise the spirits. Just a 21, just trailed by 21 now, which is absolutely amazing if you think about the context of this game. How long Barbados batted for, how quickly Jamaica were dismissed in their first innings. A silly midfielder is now in place as well for Dean Smith. It's a bold move, I think, by the Bajans, but they're still trying to put him under a little bit of pressure.
Well, what we know is that this will be the last over of the post-lunch session. And Dean Smith batting like he wants to come back.
Well, he should want to come back, and he certainly deserves to come back.
The Jamaicans may, at the very least, want to extend the game into day 4.
Is that the end of the session? I believe it is. Yes, the Jamaicans have survived, and they will end it at 276 for 7, with Dean Smith not out on 67, and Abijay Mansing not out on 31. So Mansing has survived the entire session. We'll take a break, and be back in about 20 minutes or so.
Two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before, so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements, and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit, was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing he said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching a great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Oh, yeah. Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of yours journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket here, you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kimar. His skill set, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles, going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kimar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously, injuries help. Obviously, I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, instead of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken, make that 51 before Kimar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kimar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kimar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kimar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed, and we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing. And he took it well. We kept in touch, we did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw, his humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, Legend, what do you think about this, and what we think? And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game, this didn't work or that worked. That's how to help us. And it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice, and I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kimar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I was playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play them home and away and stuff, and it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie, so that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's down. Walsh's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because you want, when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh, Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we'll have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back. And he said, so what to do? I said, just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm. And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And that to me was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you, if you had to look back on your career? It could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what pushed me to I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's that period is I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I had with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys, start where you could.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always tell people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. They have good respect, have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in the dressing room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
7
times. Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think it. I know this morning.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who was it?
Graham Yallop from Australia.
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who was your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about the order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
I think
it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
I got you, man. Well, you still play your
I have 16. I was right up and down.
Right up
so
there.
he has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back Test matches. So the planning just looked very good. The execution by all 4. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next day he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the 4 came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main 4, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main 4 is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the 4 of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all 4 of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we're all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar is shorter, it's a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well, we know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day, it's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Lastly, I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably was not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I stopped at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it.
It's back to the cricket here at Sabina Park, the third and final session on the third day, could be the final day, as Jamaica trail by 21. They have a bit of momentum with Odin Smith in the wicket, 67 not out, RBJ Mansing 31 not out, Andrew Chan in your company, alongside the esteemed Orville Higgins, who will do anything you ask as long as there are a couple zeros added to the end of the check.
You're trying to get me in somebody's bad book there, Andrew?
Bad books, only if they're bad accounting books, according to you, Orville Higgins. Yeah. Jamal Warriker will be starting from the southern end, and he'll be bowling to Mansing.
A little close for the cut, and nice tight line. First up by Warriker.
Could be a very, very interesting third and final session. Be interesting to see how the Bajans play it. We know what the Jamaicans have to do. We know what Odin Smith will do. It's a fairly simple equation for Mansing and Smith, I should say. Mansing will look to buy time. Odin Smith will look to beat ball.
Yeah, he's looked okay. Feel he should have at least gotten a single of the three deliveries he's faced so far off the back foot. Will be disappointed that he hasn't been able to punch a gap.
Punches this time, and Springer sort of dives over that one and will race into the extra cover ropes of 4. All of a sudden it's less than 20 they're chasing it. They trail by 17.
Yeah, Shamar Springer has had not the best days he's ever had in the field. Should have managed to prevent that going past him. 4 more to Mansing.
Fighting 35 from Mansing. He's been there for quite a while now. Be interesting to see who comes from the other end, because they'll have to face up against Odin Smith, who's been in a belligerent mood. 67 of 42 deliveries.
Mansing just goes about his business with little fuss. You can't tell by his facial reaction whether he's having a great day or not.
Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Yes, the edge is taken, and that is the end of Mansing. Jamel Warrick on strike. A sharp catch by Roston Chase that slip, and the Jamaicans lose their 8th wicket now, 280 for 8.
You feel that for Mansing to get out, it would need a special delivery. And he got a special delivery. Now, this would have gotten batsman better than Mansing. That pitched just outside off, spun and bounced, and especially when the pitch has not done that for a while, he has my sympathies. And Roston Chase had slipped. Well, he's made runs, he's taken wickets, and now he's contributing in the field with a very, very good catch. And now the end might be nigh. The 2 points of consideration now. Can Jamaica make Barbados bat again? A. B. Can Odin Smith go on to make 100? And C. Will Odin Smith take it upon himself to shepherd the tail, or will he just have his way the way he was going?
Well, if I answered all those questions, I would expect a master's in Higginsian studies. A lot of questions to answer. What was the first one again? Let me see.
Will Barbados have to bat again?
The answer I'll give you to that is Odin Smith could ensure that in this over if he wanted. Second, what's part B?
Will Odin Smith get 100?
That could happen in the next couple of overs if he so desires. And C?
Will what was the other one?
I have stumped the Higgins.
Can't remember the other one. But this is you get this as a batsman who is set. You will say, why? Look at the bounce on that and the spin. He knew he edged it, but wanted that confirmation. Great delivery that.
Nasty delivery. Odin Smith is on strike.
Yeah, will Odin shepherd the tail? I think that was the final question.
Dancing up the pitch, he smacks this one. It goes high in the air. It goes over the ropes, just about over the ropes. And another 6 from Odin Smith. He moves up, screams into the 70s now. I wonder what will be the record for the fastest first-class century. And if Odin Smith gets that, he might be very close to that record if he goes along at this rate.
73 from 44.
Yeah. Goes again. Does he get all of it? It's high in the air, long on his settling, and takes the catch. Unfortunately, that is the end of the Odin Smith show. 286 for 9. Now the Jamaicans, and they're staring down the barrel, and they might still have that innings defeat.
So Odin Smith will not get 100. Odin Smith will not shepherd the tail. Now the only question is, will the Scorpions suffer the ignominy of an innings defeat? Kari Campbell and Marquino Minley will be deciding that. That was hit in the air, probably didn't quite middle it, and a relatively easy catch in the end.
Wonderful little knock from Odin Smith, but as usual, well, as you mentioned, he doesn't have a century in first-class cricket, and that's pretty much explains why.
They're having a little chat with Minley. The question is, would he'd still be aggressive, but we saw just before tea, when he still had Mansing as Kari Campbell comes out. When at tea with Mansing still batting, he was prepared to block up a few. The minute Mansing got out, then he would up the tempo. And the question still remains, my raving about Odin Smith, should he be batting at least 2 places lower? And the answer to that is maybe. Here is Kari Campbell now, though.
Well, I don't think it could be a full-on rave for Odin Smith. Now it has to be a nice little party, well cultured party. It's not a full-on rave. It's not a full-on bram or bashment, as you all might say. What do you call a really wild party in Jamaica? Where it's just all out, anything can happen.
You said the party shut.
Yeah. Well, in Trinidad, I mean, you say fete, the fete going on. But that's what I'm saying. You can't have. You'll have to have one of those nice wine and cheese parties for Odin Smith. Certainly not a rave.
All right, not a rave.
And then some lovely little grapes and everything like that. Joshua Bishop, 4 for 72. He's actually looking at getting 5 wickets. Can he possibly get 5 wickets?
He would have deserved it.
4 in the first innings as well. So he's another contender for man of the match.
Still think it would go to Roston Chase, who got runs and wickets. Now, Joshua Bishop would have gotten 5 wickets in the first, 4 wickets in the first, he's 4 now.
First, yeah.
So he could end up with 9. But I still think Roston Chase, his all-round game, including that stunning catch at first slip.
Roston Chase only got 1 wicket in this innings, LBW Bonds. got an LBW against Barnes. So Kerry Campbell, the left-hander, to the left-handed spinner, who is on top of his game and has some footmarks to work with outside the off stump.
Yeah. The more accomplished left-handers never had a clue to Joshua Bishop.
Indeed.
You wouldn't bet big money that Campbell will survive.
Beautiful. Is he bold?
Yep.
The Bajans are celebrating. The umpire doesn't look any perturbed about it. Are they shaking hands? Yes, they are indeed. And that is the end of the innings. Kerry Campbell bowled by Joshua Bishop, who does get his 5-wicket haul. And the innings will close up with the Jamaicans 286 all out.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall. There was no way Kerry Campbell was going to survive against Bishop when far more accomplished left-handers couldn't deal with him coming out of that rough, couldn't deal with his flight and his guile and the one that went on straight. Pushed forward, off-stump knockback. Thank you very much. Barbados will move on and the Scorpions will not. They'll feel disappointed at the way they batted in both innings, but can't take anything away from how well they have bowled. Now that is a delivery that would topple some other batsmen with far more ability than Kerry Campbell. He looks bemused. But Joshua Bishop has had an outstanding game. So did Roston Chase, and several other Barbadians made sterling contributions. In the end, they were just too good for Jamaica. Deserves to have won this game and got the edge over Jamaica to move on to the playoff rounds.
Well, at the end of the game, Barbados win by an innings and 10 runs, and that is the state of the game. We'll have to see how the points table looks at the end of it all. Orville Higgins and I will try to go through the scoreboard for you if we can get our internet working. And we'll give you the story of the match, of course. So taking a look at the Jamaica second innings batting, well, John Campbell was bowled by Joshua Bishop for a duck. Kirk McKenzie, LBW to Jediah Blades for 12. Brandon King, LBW to Jomel Warrican for 63. Javel Glenn caught by Shamar Springer off the bowling of Joshua Bishop for 30 off just 15 deliveries. Brad Barnes was LBW to Roston Chase for 16. Romain Morris was caught and bowled by Craig Braffett for 17. RBJ Mansing with a fighting 35 was caught by Roston Chase off the bowling of Jomel Warrican. Pete Salmon was caught by the sub Johan Lane. It really was a wonderful catch at long on, a skying shot off the bowling of Joshua Bishop for 28. Dean Smith, as usual, he was a fighter, but he was caught by Kevin Wickham off the bowling of Joshua Bishop as well for 73 off 45 deliveries. But get this, 5 fours and 7 sixes, a wonderful knock from him. And Kerry Campbell, the last man to go, he was bowled for a duck to confirm the win for the Bajans. And my good friend Orville Higgins will run through the bowling figures.
Yeah, the Barbados Pride bowlers can take a bow. They certainly did the Jamaicans all the damage that they wanted to do in order to get first inning, well, to get an outright result. Top of the list was Joshua Bishop, 5 for 72 from 20.4 overs. At times he appeared unplayable. Roston Chase, 1 for 66, wasn't as effective in the second innings as he was in the first, but still posed enough problems and kept it relatively tight. Didn't allow the Jamaicans to get off the leash. Jomel Warrican has been below par, but even so, he was still responsible for 2 scalps of the Scorpions, 2 for 39 from his 12 overs. Jediah Blades was hot and cold, you could say. 1 for 62 from 7 overs at an economy rate of 8.86. So the Jamaicans, for the most part, took a liking to Jediah Blades. Shamar Springer, 7 overs, none for 29. There and thereabouts, not his best day. And Craig Brathwaite, in a spectacular piece of captaincy, I thought, bowled 3 overs. 1 of them, or 2 of them, was to Romain Smith, the Jamaican wicketkeeper. And he felt that he could get him out trying to loft him over the offside. Great captain that was. That was his only wicket. Thank you very much. 3 overs, 1 run, 1 wicket off the bowling. I thought that was Craig Brathwaite in one of his finest hours as captain of the team. As it turns out, the Barbadians have won by an innings. The Scorpions simply in this game, not good enough.
And that will be all for now from myself and Orville Higgins. And we'll certainly meet again, Mr. Orville Higgins. But you can, all our viewers, you can stay tuned for the highlights and interview with the player of the match, captain, and series presentation. All that is still coming up before we close off our broadcast here, live unloaded production from Sabina Park.
From the first game to this game?
It was a big shift in the first game. When I came out, it was just to put pressure on the Jamaican team, and when I came out in this game, it was to do that as well. But I thought I applied myself a bit better in this game, and it worked for me.
And in terms of your experience, having gotten back into the squad after being 1-0 down, what were the instrumental stuff that you said to the guys about bouncing back and getting ahead of the Jamaicans?
Yeah, it was just to believe, because after we talked about how the tournament was going, it was obviously the winner of the series would advance. So it was just about learning from the first game, what we did wrong, and trying to correct those mistakes in the second and third game. I mean, we didn't get the win that we wanted in the second game, so the pressure was on. But I just really told the guys to stay calm. We've been playing good cricket. It's not like we've been playing poorly. We just didn't get the W that we wanted. So we just have to be sharper in the areas that we were falling down in the first 2 games, and we'll be all right. And it showed in this game.
All right, thank you, Roston. That's Roston Chase, the man of the match. Let's call the Jamaica Scorpions captain, John Campbell. Yeah, John, a 1-all series end. Obviously not the way you wanted it to go, but where you felt the downfall was in this game?
Definitely the way we batted. I think all games except the second innings after second game we got starts. It's just that the middle order, we fell down in the middle order, and that's where I think we lost the game.
Any regrets about any passage of play in that first innings where Barbados got to 450 and you felt like they had too much?
Not necessarily. I thought it was an very easy pace pitch. I thought we bowled pretty decent to restrict them to the total. It's just that we didn't bat well enough.
Obviously, you guys don't progress, but what have you seen this year, which is a complete contrast to what you saw last year?
Well, definitely Kirk McKenzie. I think he played pretty well. Got two centuries. So, I mean, he's been putting in the work and he's reaping rewards. So I'm really happy for him.
All right. Thank you, John, and all the best going forward for the rest of the year. All right. We'll just invite the captain of the Barbados Pride team, Mr. Craig Brathwaite. Yeah, Craig, congratulations on advancing first and foremost, but having lost that game at Chedwin Park, a big run chase for the Scorpions, what was it like then and comparing it to now?
I must say kudos to John and the team. He thought they really played some good cricket throughout this series, and after obviously losing that first game, we had a bounce back with a win. And obviously, second game, Jamaica was scoring over 400 runs. For us to come and get first innings in that game was very important for us. And I think that kind of set us, going forward. We didn't get the win in the second game, but I thought the effort the guys put in for this third game was truly amazing.
He made a couple of changes for this game. Joshua Bishop, big kudos to him as well. A 5-wicket haul in the second innings. Talk about his performance and what was the rationale behind his inclusion.
Yeah, I remember Josh played against him 2 years ago and he got 9 wickets or so. So looking at the pitch as well, I thought the pitch was a bit drier, less grass than the second game. So I think that was where the decision came in, for him to come in, for Johan Lane, and it paid off. Bish is a guy that's been working hard, from January, and it's good to see, he getting the fruits of his labor.
And going forward now, you head to Antigua, different conditions, different teams, and what is it that you want to see your team improve on?
Yeah, I think overall just discipline, both on the bowling front especially. I think batting-wise, we had 4 innings where we scored above 300, so that was a plus. But yeah, I think all around, batting-wise, bowling-wise, we could get better in the field. There's always little things to work on, so we can't take anything for granted, and we got to come stronger.
All right, thank you, Craig. Don't move. We're going to invite the CEO of the Jamaica Cricket Association, Mr. Courtney Francis, to present the bilateral series trophy to the Barbados Pride captain, and the team can also join in with this celebration.
No, one more, please. Excellent.
All right, thanks, guys. That's it for the presentation.
This is recorded.